جميعا، أهلا وسهلا بكم في اليوم الثاني من هذه الندوة الإدارة المتكاملة للنفايات المشعة. نرجو أن تكونوا خاصة بالنسبة لضيوفنا قضيتم مساء سعيدا يوم أمس، فأهلا وسهلا بكم من جديد في هذا اليوم الثاني. حقيقة من هذه الندوة التي تنظمها هيئة البيئة بالشراكة مع الشركة العمانية القابضة لخدمات البيئة بيئة، بهدف تسليط الضوء على الأساليب الحديثة والفعالة لإدارة النفايات المشعة الناتجة عن التطبيقات الطبية والصناعية، بالإضافة إلى النفايات المشعة ذات المنشأ الطبيعي، بمشاركتكم أيها الخبراء الأعزاء والأساتذة الكرام، بمشاركة الوكالة الدولية للطاقة الذرية وممثلين من مختلف الجهات الحكومية والخاصة والمراكز البحثية وكذلك مؤسسات المجتمع المدني. يوم أمس تعرفنا على جهود هيئة البيئة وكذلك شركة البيئة في إدارة هذا الموضوع هنا في سلطنة عمان، وتعرفنا أيضا من خلال الوكالة الدولية للطاقة الذرية على التوجهات العالمية في مجال السلامة الإشعاعية وأحدث المعايير المتبعة لإدارة النفايات المشعة. اقتربنا أيضا يوم أمس من تجربة المملكة العربية السعودية والمملكة الأردنية الهاشمية وطرق الرقابة والإجراءات المتبعة في إدارة النفايات المشعة والتجارب والممارسات الناجحة في هذا المجال. أيضا كانت هناك مجموعة من أوراق العمل التي ركزت على الاتفاقيات المشتركة بين سلطنة عمان والوكالة الدولية للطاقة الذرية في مجال أمان التصرف في الوقود المستهلك والنفايات المشعة واللوائح والتشريعات الخاصة بالنفايات المشعة في سلطنة عمان. أيضا اقتربنا من معايير السلامة في إدارة النفايات المشعة طبيعية المنشأ، وكذلك اطلعنا على بعض التجارب من القطاع الخاص في الشركات مثل شركة بيئة وشركة تنمية نفط عمان وأيضا شركة مقشن وشركة فيوليا في إدارة النفايات المشعة في مختلف القطاعات. نرحب بكم في اليوم الثاني، حافل أيضا بأوراق العمل، وحسب الاطلاع المبدئي أنها تميل إلى أن تكون عملية أكثر في هذا اليوم إن شاء الله. نرجو لكم يوما سعيدا. قبل أن نبدأ في ورقة العمل الأولى سنتابع فيديو قصير ثم سنبدأ إن شاء الله.
نغم قوة الإشعاع يحمل بين موجاته رسالة مزدوجة مضمونها النفع والخطر، فهو الطاقة التي تجوب الأفق وتعبر المسافات وتصلنا في أشكال متعددة، من أشعة الشمس التي تغمرنا بدفئها إلى أفران الميكروويف التي تسخن طعامنا، وحتى أجهزة الراديو التي تنقل لنا صوت العالم. جرعاته الصغيرة تسكن حياتنا بلا أذى، والجرعات العالية منه تحتاج إلى الحكمة والرعاية لتبقي العالم في مأمن. فلا خوف من الإشعاع حين يحكمه الحذر، فهو غطاء الطبيعة بميزان القدر. من أشعة الحياة إلى قوة العلم يحمل الإشعاع الخير في عالم الطب، فهو الضوء الذي يضيء طريق التشخيص والعلاج، يقاوم السرطان ويكشف عن أسرار الجسد من خلال التصوير الطبي. وفي مجال الطاقة هو القوة الدافعة، فمن الشمس نستمد الكهرباء النظيفة، ومن المفاعلات النووية نبني المستقبل. وفي البيئة ينطلق عبر الزمان والمكان، يسكن الطبيعة ويلامس الإنسان، يعالج مياه الصرف الصحي ويعطي الحياة لنباتات تقاوم قسوة المناخ. وفي مختبرات العلماء يتحول الإشعاع إلى أداة استكشاف، يكشف الأسرار الكامنة في القطع الأثرية القديمة، وبخصائصه الفريدة أحدث ثورة في صناعة النفط والغاز والقياسات الإشعاعية في مختلف المجالات. في كل طاقة خير وشر، والإشعاع سر يحتاج إلى فكر وبصر، فرغم فوائده التي لا تعد يجب تلمس الحسن في التعامل معه، فكما يحمل الخير قد يحمل الخطر إذا ما أسيء استخدامه، وحين يترك دون ضوابط يصبح خطرا قد يعرض الحياة والبيئة لخسائر لا تعوض. فهو العطاء حين يستخدم بذكاء، وهو الخطر حين يغيب الوعي. بين فوائده وأخطاره نضع الحكمة ميزان.
إذن مع ورقة العمل الأولى في هذا اليوم ستكون حول المعايير الدولية والأمثلة العملية بشأن معايير الإعفاء والإخراج من التحكم الرقابي على النفايات المشعة. نرحب مجددا بالخبير الدكتور البروفيسور محمد المصري. أهلا وسهلا.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Yesterday, there was a question about two cases. One of the cases, someone asked me why we have exemption levels for radium-226, for example, in Oman 1.1, and in IEA 1 becquerel per gram, and other countries maybe half a becquerel per gram as an exemption levels. Yeah. What the international standards talking about exemptions and clearance. So this is the outlines, my presentation. I will skip very quickly because this will take. These three references, you can go back to this if you want to know more information about exemptions and clearance. This is the application of the concept of exemptions and the application of the concept of clearance is being published 2023. And the SSG 60, it was published 2021. So these are the standards which are related to exemptions and clearance of materials from regulatory control. Okay. We have what we call excluded exposures. That means there is no control on these exposures, like cosmic radiation, background radiation, I mean the radiation from the ground, and the radiation from the cosmic, the exposure from the cosmic. Even in some places, the exposure is very high. If you compare it with what we call to the limits, related to radiation dose. In some countries, radiation background may reach 6 millisievert per year. In Iran, in Ramsar, it's around 10 millisievert per year. And we're talking about the limit for public is 1 millisievert per year above background level. When you say you are allowed, the limit 1 millisievert above background level, okay? So this is our excluded exposures. What's exemption? Only in the context of a practice. I mean, you are handling radioactive material, radioactive source. We call exemption only in the context of practice in planned exposure situations. In planned exposure situations. Clearance is intended to establish which material under regulatory control can be removed, So yesterday there was a questions about this. One of the medical application of radioactive sources is a cobalt-56. Cobalt-57 is a radioisotope used for calibration of gamma camera. It's got a half-life of 275 days. So it is under authorization because of the activity, but after around 10 years, it become cleared because 10 half-lives, okay, it become clear because the activity concentration will be reduced, so can be cleared. So clearance is different from exemptions. Even the way of calculation exemption and clearance levels, generic levels, is similar. It's based on a risk assessment, okay? So some people, they misconfuse with clearance and exemptions. When I exempt a material like scale, okay, or contaminated soil with radium-226 based on the generic level of exemptions, 1 becquerel per gram, maybe the clearance is different, okay? For example, when you, in oil field, we do decontamination, cleaning equipment, okay, removing the norm from there. So how we consider this cleared, maybe it's different value. It's not 1 becquerel per gram, okay? In some countries, they say, if you are reducing this to double the background, that's sufficient to be cleared, So it's completely different from both ways. So exemption of a practice or a source is based on a radiation risk. So radiation risk arising from a practice or a source within a practice are sufficiently low as not to warrant regulatory control, or regulatory control of the practice would yield no net benefit if you put this control. So without a control, it can be exempted, okay? There is no benefit of this control of that. If we are talking about norm, naturally occurring radioactive materials, as stated in the GSR Part 3, any material containing activity concentration, which is a generic value, more than 1 becquerel per gram, okay, for uranium decay series, 1 becquerel per gram, or 10 becquerel for potassium-40, can be exempted from the requirements inside this GSR Part 3. So you can say, okay, my exemption level for radium-226 is 1 becquerel, can be exempted from the requirements of the environmental authority. There are some requirements for that. Okay, thank you. So what are the rules and responsibilities in relation to exemptions? Regulatory body and the government shall determine which practice or sources within the practice can't be exempted. We should have a list, should have a radionuclides, concentration or whatsoever, the levels, and this should be set by the regulatory body. And should establish a framework for exemption using criteria defined in Schedule GSR Part 3. You know, the general criteria is a 1 millisievert per year. So we take the 1 millisievert per year, that to be received by public or, above background level. The applicant who will apply for exemption. I'm applying, for example, I have an activity, I have a practice related to norm or naturally occurring, let us say, norm activities. I want to comply with the conditions, any conditions attached to the exemptions. So we apply, can we exempt this material from the regulation? I have 4 drums, for example, of scale or sludge. The activity concentration is, let us say, characterize it, 1 becquerel per gram, and so on, and then can we exempt this material? So we have to ask the regulator for that. They will say, okay, according to these conditions, 1 and 2. And if I want to exempt my norm residue from regulations, I have to conduct an assessment to educate assessment, safety assessment, commensurate with the potential radiation risks from intended practice, if I'm going to use this material, to ensure that no modification or changes, okay, are made to the practice if I've got exemptions. So I got exemption, there is requirement, I'm not going to change these, I have to follow all of these requirements. For artificial, as I mentioned, as per the GSR Part 3, under the terms provided that under the reasonably foreseeable circumstances, the effective dose expected to be incurred by any individual owing to the exempt practice or exempt source within the practice in order of 10 microsievert or less in a year. Okay, this is a requirement for that. And to take account low probability scenarios. And of course, a different criteria could be used. We take into consideration the 1 millisievert per year, okay? For automatic exemptions, and this is a lot of people like this, automatic exemptions, okay, I need a number. A lot of organizations, they need only a number. Tell me a number, okay? And you give the number 1 becquerel per gram. But the 1 becquerel per gram is based on risk assessment study to have this number, okay? And if you have another number, let us say 1.1 or half 0.5 becquerel of radium-226, for example, okay, per gram, it should be based on a risk assessment, considering all exposure pathways. So we consider all exposure pathways. That means the transfer of radionuclides from these materials to human, either through dust or through the water, okay, through food, all exposure pathways, external irradiation, dust ingestion, skin contamination, all of these should be considered when you do your exemptions. Of course, if you have more than one radionuclides, it's not only one radionuclide, in the document, in the exemption document, you can find an equation so you can use for deriving your exemption levels. There are some specific exemptions for a practice or a source. So we don't take the generic value. We have exemptions to be granted subject to conditions specified by the regulatory. Some countries, they give exemptions, specific exemptions for a specific practice. For example, in UK, in USA, they give 5 becquerel per gram, okay, an exemption level to have to do land spreading for scales. So they can do land spreading, mixing with soil, even 5 becquerel per gram, okay, for a practice. So they can do this because they've done a risk assessment. It's based on the material. If you have an example of radionuclides which is very soluble in water, maybe the exemption limit is completely different, okay? Because the pathways will be easier to the humans because it's a soluble material, okay? This is why we have, this is for specific. And should be, any specific exemption should be based on a risk assessment and a safety assessment of these material. And the assessment of risk, radiation risk in terms of expected likelihood and magnitude of exposure should consider all exposures from normal operations and from accidental conditions. So both of them, we have to, but in all ways, we need to characterize the source of activity. You know, we do a complete characterization, descriptions of source, equipment containing the source. All of these should be considered during the assessment. And this is the number what we talked about, the exemption level. If you go to GSR Part 3, you know, everybody talked about GSR Part 3 for the bulk quantity, okay? And for moderate quantity, we find the tables, okay, there for each radionuclides for moderate quantity. And just definitions of moderate quantity is less than 1 ton. It's less than 1 ton. You have only 1 ton. That means 4 drums, okay, in the oil field. We have the 1 becquerel per gram. But this based on a risk assessment, considering all pathways, that those criteria, the order of 1 millisievert per year, you know. So if I give you an exemption, and the regulator, environmental authority, give you an exemption, okay? So you are exempted from regulation, okay? These materials, if you have the material is less than 1 becquerel, is exempted, okay? This is our requirement, but we need to verify. And verifications require measurements, samples, and then you record everything, and you can show it to environmental authority. So my practice, it's under the exemption level, okay? And you need to notify. Even notification is a part of control, but you need to notify. Representative samples, measurements to be taken, correct measurements, and in the verification process, averaging procedure to ensure representative values or activities. Consideration should be integral part of every step of your verification. course, Environment Authority may revoke the exemption. So you give the exemption, but may be revoked. Examples, practice of the source, okay, within the practice is no longer deemed justified, okay, or, the original exemption criteria or condition attached to specific examination are changed. So you can revoke this. Clearance, responsibility, establish framework of clearance, okay? Clearance sometimes is not like discharge levels, except permissible discharge levels. That's authorized operation. Clearance it is under control and you remove the control, okay? This is a difference between the two things. So the organization or the operating organization like BF, for example, they are handling norm waste. They have to perform all necessary steps for clearance process. Like if you have a contaminated equipment, you clean the contaminated equipment, so can we clear? So we have to perform all necessarily radiological characterization, establishment organization chart to make sure that it's clear according to clearance level, okay, by the authority. And of course, develop, implement quality management, radiological characterization, all of these should be considered. Clearance of solid material, activity concentration, clearance levels. As I mentioned, some organizations, they think that the exemption level is the clearance level. It's different, okay? Clearance, I want to clear the material, okay? It was contaminated, I want to clear. We can use activity concentration, and we can use surface contamination clearance level. So we can measure the contaminated equipment, okay? We have a clearance level. If you meet this clearance level as a surface contamination, I'm giving this as examples for the oil field, for the known. So they have equipment, they clean, and sometimes you cannot clean it for zero, to background. You clean it to a level, okay? So we need a clearance level from the regulatory body to tell us what's the clearance level as a surface contamination, clearance level. Liquid effluent from facility are usually treated as discharges that are managed in accordance with an authorization. So discharge is authorization, okay? And of course, those constraints apply to this. It is from the range 0.1 to less than 1 millisievert in a year, okay? And authorized discharges of liquid effluents are performed under the system of regulatory control. So this is discharge levels, okay? Gases as well released from the facility are usually treated as discharges, okay? And managed in accordance with an authorization. And of course, if we need, in a specific cases, if we want to apply the clearance levels, we have to consider the individual, it should be based on the individual effective dose of order of 10 microsievert per year. So if you want to calculate your clearance levels, it should be based on 10 microsievert per year, okay, as a discharge. It's not 1 millisievert per year, Of course, where we find this specific clearance is, as I mentioned, the cleaning equipment for scrap material, rubbles that can be reused again. Yes, it is under 1 becquerel per gram, but you need to have a specific condition from the regulator that I can use this material, and should be based on the risk assessment that the dose not reaching 1 microsievert per year, 10 microsievert per year. Okay. And of course, we have to engage interested parties, understand the concerns of interested party, and to explain the social, economic, environmental benefit associated with the clearance material. This is why some countries, they say, if I will reduce the dose of the surface to double the background only, or 3 background only, or which level. So if I'm going to to put a clearance level 3 times of the background, okay, that means a lot of equipment I can use. Again, if I raise my clearance level, that means less equipment can be used again, you know? So we have to understand this in our case. Of course, we need to enhance, understand the radiation risk of the cleared material to compare it with the background radiation, okay? So why I'm saying double the background, 3 times of the background. In my country, in Syria, clearance level for non-contaminated equipment should be 3 times of the background, okay? This is the clearance level. The exemption level is different, okay? And this is one of the examples of the clearance levels for contaminated soil in Syria. You know, if it's less than 0.15 of radium-226, does not need any treatment, so you can release, is exempted. And of course, if it's between 0.15 to 5.2 becquerel, it has to be treated on site and to reduce the dose, okay? Thank you very much.
شكرا جزيلا لك البروفيسور محمد المصري. حدثنا عن المعايير الدولية والأمثلة العملية بشأن معايير الإعفاء والإخراج من التحكم الرقابي على النفايات المشعة. الآن سننتقل إلى تطبيق النهج التدريجي في تحديد المخاطر الإشعاعية والمتطلبات التنظيمية لإدارة النفايات وبقايا المواد المشعة الطبيعية المنشأ مع الفاضل تشي وين فان من الوكالة الدولية للطاقة الذرية. أهلا وسهلا.
Good morning, and thank you again, and thank you for Dr. Al-Masri talking about the exemption and clearance. Hopefully that the presentation will provide you better understanding to the concept of exemption and clearance. It'd be good if you have a better understanding, but if not, please be patient, because those two concepts is really difficult and to understand, and it's difficult to practice. Yesterday I talked about the IEA SG60, and it provides guidance and information to the management of the normal residue and normal waste, and basically in three approaches, and safety and risk-based, and graded and integrated. And the risk-based approach requires a good understanding of the situation, what are the risks, and what are the impact to the people who are working on the site, people who the nearby the public, and also to the environment. And today I'm going to talk a little more about the graded approach. And good that we have heard about the presentation about the exemption and clearance. Grid approach is one of the requirements in the IEA basic safety standards. The idea is not new. It's a common knowledge and understanding. It's your action either from the regulatory side or from an operator side is based on the risk, and your activity, your protective measures, and resources allocated. It should be appropriate with the risk. Why grid approach is very critical and very important for the activities involving the norm. Activity involving the norm can be very broad industrial activities. And of course, from uranium mining activities and from different industrial sectors, and from rare earth processing, from production of metal, from burning of coals, because some place and coals contain relatively high radioactivity, and after burning, radioactivity can be concentrated in fly ash. That creates issue of the concern of radioactivity in the fly ash. And also from the water treatment, because if you use groundwaters, and when you pump out the groundwaters and be processed and concentrate of radionuclides can be in the filters and in the stored pipelines. Similarly, for the oil and gas, because if there's radioactivity in the geological formations, and then during the process, and that radioactivity can be concentrated. Yesterday, we already had heard a lot of good presentations from PDO, from BIA, from colleagues, and from UAE. And so there's already very good knowledge and about generation and the distribution of activities in the oil and gas industries. What is management of normal waste? And people who are working on the environment, working on the waste management, have good understanding what is waste management. Right? Also, it's a daily, every day we produce waste, and that similarly is for our industries. Basically, we follow the same approach and same philosophy that is for the, if we talk about the 3 R's and the reduction, reuse, and recycles, and now we added 1 more R's and the resource of, mobilizations and the recoveries, different terms and they be used. Basically, it's a similar approach. And however, for those activities who have been operating for so many years and 100 years or that already produced waste, I always ask question is, before you call those waste or those materials a normal waste, how do you manage of those waste? Do you have a good program to management of those waste? Do you have good inventory? Do you process those waste? And do you dispose of those waste? If you already have a good program for those waste, before you recognize those waste contain some radioactivity as a concern, that means probably it will not be big issue for when you are facing those same materials and you find out that there is a material also contains some radioactivity. So basically, normal waste is industrial waste or hazardous waste plus radiation and radioactivity. And that's also requires an integrated approach dealing with normal waste, because what you already have. And now you just need additional measures, additional controls of radiation and the radioactivity. This slide shows a classification of radioactive waste. When we say the classification of radioactive waste, those waste mainly from the nuclear industries. We're talking about the waste from the nuclear power plant, waste from the uranium mining, and waste from the application of nuclear technology, like in the medicals and for the radioactive sources. That time we didn't consider the waste from the other industrial activities. And in nature of the normal waste, if we look at the red lines, can be across the region of mostly are exempted waste or small, big volume of very low activity of waste, and the small volume is a relatively low level. And very, very small volume is can be reached to the medium level radioactive waste. For example, some of the scales from oil and gas, or particularly oil in the early stage, there's radium can be reached to 10 to 6 big per gram. It's quite high. How to characterize normal waste? There are different ways to characterize waste. You can characterize waste from origin. I mean, here is from a regulator point of view and from operator point of view. From operator, you characterize the waste based on the stream, what different type of waste. And also you can characterize your waste based on the processing. Either waste that are reused and recyclable and non-reused and recyclable. Then depend on the disposal options. And in IEA classification of radioactive waste, basically it's based on the disposal. And classify waste based on the near surface disposal, geological disposal. There are different ways to categorize waste and different methodology of categorization at different use in the practice. And as for the regulations and in the industrial procedures and the process, probably it's also good in the waste management program, particularly from operator side. You can consider to categorize your waste and based on the process and based on the physical characteristics, what is big volume, whether it's a liquid, whether it's a solid, and based on the processing you have, it follows. If you have a processing of the incinerations, you make segregate our waste is combustible or non-combustible. And that's a different way to characterize. There's no single solution or single table to characterize waste. Yesterday we see a few very good process and talking about the normal waste management in the oil and gas industry. And also basically, if we look at the whole process of the waste flow from generation, it maybe have bigger number of generator, then processing, and you may send your waste from generator to the processing facility, small number of processing, then disposal, even lower number, because you don't want to have all the generator have the waste processing and the waste disposal, because then that means in the finally and you will have landfills everywhere and probably a few hundred and number of landfill facilities in the country. It's not the good way to manage the waste. And basically, you try to reduce the footprint after you finish your operations. That's the basic idea and for the sustainable development and for the benefit of the countries and development. So this also provides some idea for the graded approach. For the generation side, you may require the generator and to put more effort and to minimize generation. And from processing side, they are more and dealing with waste. And now they may use a different process. For example, if you use incinerators, and there's a big issue of the maybe radioactive issue, but more the industrial issues, and because you are operating in high temperature and maybe explosions and more chemical industrial safety issues related to the can be mixed risk from either from the radiation or from the conventional industrial safety side. And however, for disposal, because if you have a waste already processed and in the stable conditions, then you are more concerned long-term safety after you bury the waste. You make more concerned about the site and the geology, hydrogeology, whether it can be released to the environment after a few years. So that different stage, different process may have a different concern of the safety, either it's to the worker or to the environment or to the public. That issue is requires both operator side and the regulator side to have a very good knowledge and to address different risks. So you already mentioned about the generic clearance and specific clearance. For operator side, we are always encouraged to have a good segregation and encouraged to use the specific clearance, because if you have materials can be reused and recycled and for certain specific purpose, or can be disposed in other hazardous waste disposal facility or the landfill for industrial waste, and you should try to explore the options. I, in the past few years, have been developed a document for application of a grade approach. It's more focused on the target to the regulations, but it's also provide good information for the operator side. And for the regulations, there's always, it's very difficult for the norm issue is what do you really want to regulate? Do you want to regulate every facilities and every activity in the facilities? So, and do you want to regulate every stream of every type of materials? So it's very important to define scope. So there's different countries have a different way to define scope. And in this document, we compare the different ways to different regulations. If your scope description is very descriptive, that means you want to regulate everything and make implementation difficult. And coordination. That's always important because you are not deal with, particularly from operator side, you are not just deal with the radiation regulator, you deal with the regulator for industrial safety, environment, and oil, and trade, and different government organizations. So talking about the normal issues, and you need to be careful to develop your program, and also at the government side to establish mechanism to coordination, avoid conflicting issues, avoid unnecessary repetition or overlapping. Clarify responsibility is always important. Even for the industrial side, whether it's environment, radiation, industrial safety. Different regulatory approach, and we already had heard about the registration, exemption clearance, and next a few slides talking about different way for the notification, registration, and the licensing. Okay, inspection, it's more for the regulatory side. And the peer review. Those are all the instrument can be used either during the operation or during the required by the regulations. Management framework and procedures, record keepings, and training, educations, resource personnel, work dosimeters, and characterization ratio, regimen planning, environment monitorings, all that activities can be already in your procedures and can be required by regulations. How you apply those in the grid approach? We try to provide some information about different instruments can be applied under different systems of notification, registration, and licensing. And this will be helpful to use your resources wisely and effectively. Not always to require the big document for the program. Some activity can be very simple, can be just one sentence, one paragraph, can be integrate your existing program. Similarly for the others, like environmental monitoring, do you require environmental monitoring? You always have environmental monitoring for a non-radiological aspect. And you just need something for the radiation and the radioactivity. And the safety assessment, it's a term very generic. Do you require big document, a few hundred pages for every activity related to the norm? No, it's not necessary. Some activity, some cases, just 1 page or one sections for those activity in the. So from a regulatory side, basically it provide guidance or regulation. What kind of activity or what kind of residue require notification, require registration and the license? Then clearly define what kind of document need to be submitted and applied by the operator. And the inspection, how many inspection, how many travels do you want to go to the field? And the monitoring and the safety assessment and the management. Basically, it's to provide some guidance, clear informations, and how do you want to implement your regulatory functions. Here is an example in the Netherlands for the management of waste from oil and gas. You can see here they have defined the different residue material for the, people working in the oil and gas, they have good program and well-known their management. And so in summary, IE has developed guidance and information about the grid approach. And however, practical application requires those further development and modification based on the country situations, based on the industrial sectors. Application grid approach need to have a good regulation or appropriate regulation. And the regulation will be clear, be flexible and adaptive. And also capacities for both operator and regulator side. And the integrated approach, what you already have on site for the environment, for the industrial safety. And you just need some additional about the radiation to address normal issues. And always people confuse that concept is normal waste and the management of normal waste. One of the very important tasks for management of normal waste is identification of normal waste and segregate out what is not normal waste, what is normal waste. It's difficult, need instrument, need procedure, and need resources. So thank you very much.
شكرا جزيلا لتشي وين بان من الوكالة الدولية للطاقة الذرية، وهذا الحديث عن النهج التدريجي في تحديد المخاطر الإشعاعية والمتطلبات التنظيمية لإدارة النفايات وبقايا المواد المشعة الطبيعية المنشأ. حريصون في هذه الندوة على الاستفادة من الخبرات الموجودة معنا. الدكتور محمد المصري، سندعوك هذه المرة للتحدث عن التخلص النهائي وإعادة التدوير وإعادة الاستخدام للنفايات المشعة طبيعية المنشأ والخبرات الدولية في هذا الإطار.
إن شاء الله ما أكون ممل أنا. مليتوا مني شيء؟ Okay, I will start from the point, last point mentioned by Fran. Of course, what I'm talking about is already in the SSG 60. So this is a very important document, IA document for non-residues and waste management, you know. And I think it is a reference document. So whenever you want to handle, to manage non-waste or residues, I recommend to go back to this. You know, when you talk about waste classification systems, what Mr. Fan, he talked about this, because this is the IEA a new document about classification of waste. It's based on the disposal options, you know. And if you look at this, in the bottom, we have the exempt waste, because it's related to norm residues, and we have the very low level waste, which is norm as well. So between two brackets, landfill disposal option. So why most countries really, they use landfill for disposal of norm waste from the oil and gas and so on. And this is the concept of even the national facility here in Oman. It's a landfill option for disposal of norm waste from oil and gas. So it is an international, let us say, agreed option for disposal of norm waste from oil and gas, from other industries. This is the norm waste management cycle, all right? We will see that pre-treatment, and I will explain what is the pre-treatment, which is a very, very important stage in the norm waste management. And then we have a treatment. We could have some exempt waste after pre-treatment, okay? Or we can, after pre-treatment, maybe after treatment, we can say, okay, we can reuse or recycle. If we cannot or meet the exemption criteria, we have to condition and disposal. And pre-treatment generally consists of collection, characterization, segregation. And it's very important, as I said, to segregate the residue as physical, chemical, or radiological features of this norm waste. When you segregate, really, you reduce the volume of your waste. Sometimes you go to the oil field, you find piles of sludge, okay, dried sludge, piled. If you do the assessment, you will find some of these sludge are below 1 becquerel per gram, okay, and others are higher than 1 becquerel, all in drums, for example. So if you consider all of these waste all of these materials as a waste, that means you have large quantity of waste. So when you have the resources and you do the characterization very well, you will see that the volume of your material to be considered as a waste is reduced dramatically, okay? Some people, they don't like to pay money for characterization. Characterization is very important. So this will reduce the money to be spent for disposal, okay? So the first step is to do segregation, to segregate, okay? And then you will see very good results to reducing the volume of your norm residues. Because operations in the field, sometimes it's been dedicated to some people. They don't know very well what is exemptions, what the issues behind the segregation and collection of norm waste. So we have to do segregation. Treatment also includes the decontamination. It's a pre-treatment process. So we decontaminate the equipment, that means we pre-treat it. So we have large quantity of contaminated equipment considered as norm waste, okay? So when we treat, okay, for example, we have 10,000 tubulars, okay, are considered norm contaminated material, norm waste. When we decontaminate, we reduce the number into 4, 5, or 6 drums of scales. So we reduce the volume of our waste. So, and then we can use treatment process include operations intended to improve safety. So all waste management steps to improve safety, okay? Even if you will dispose your waste, you improve safety. So you put it, for example, an engineered landfill, so you reduce the risk, so you improve the safety. Some of this treatment, like incineration, for example, you reduce the volume of norm waste, and precipitation, for example, okay? So I do remember in BDO 2 years ago, 3 years ago, they were having a project for using produced water, okay? So they need to remove radium from produced water. So they can add some chemicals, they can precipitate the norm, so we have large quantity of norm waste. They can remove the radium there by precipitation, and then we can collect the precipitation into drums, the precipitate. So this is a treatment for liquid waste by precipitation or by ion exchange or by, there are different techniques for that. Of course, to improve the safety, we cannot take the sludge and contaminated soil, for example, like that, and just dump it in a landfill. Sometimes you need to condition the waste. So that means to last for a long time. There are some waste with short half-lives. There is no problem if you store it and they decay. But when we talk about norm, where radium-226 is involved, 1,622 years, That means we have to condition our waste to last long time. You know, the principles of, the main principles or fundamental principles for waste management is we care about our generation, the future generations. So we have to make sure that the waste is well stabilized conditions that last long time. So conditioning is very important. So we add cements, we add geopolymers into stainless steel drums, and then we can place it in a landfill. So it's very important to condition your waste, not to dump it like this, you know. And of course, when you condition, you add cement, it will resist the environment conditions, leaching, and so on, all of these processes, you know. That will increase the risk of leaching and transferring this to the groundwater and then to the human. Reuse or recycling of norm waste. I think, you know, for oil and gas, it could be difficult because scales, okay, or maybe sludge, okay, we can use, we can recycle, we can extract oil from the sludge, so we still have the residues there. Maybe it's not feasible to use the scales, to reuse the scales, okay, the residue. And of course, in my country, we have some experiments on using the scale for preparation of radium-226 sources, all right? But it's a very small scale, laboratory scale. But maybe in the future, maybe there will be some use. Some of the examples of reuse or using residues like phosphogypsum, okay? You know, phosphogypsum from the phosphate industry, they have large quantities. We can use it for soil amendment, okay? We can use it for construction. But of course, using such material, you need to do a risk assessment. For example, we are using phosphogypsum for constructions. We did a risk assessment study to know how much dose would be received by the public, okay? And the workers who's making the bundles, the phosphate, you know, the gypsum bundles. So we calculate the dose. For example, here there is some gypsum bundles, okay? How much dose will be received by the public if you are using the phosphogypsum? Because phosphogypsum is a gypsum, okay? So we can use this. We can use the phosphogypsum for, as I said, for improving the plant, you know, in agriculture. So you can have in some countries, as a soil amendment, you know, can increase the productivity, okay? The production of by 30%, 50%, something like that. It's a very good material. Of course, disposal is the final step. So no foreseen for use of these residues, so we need to dispose, okay? And when Mr. Fan, in a country, we don't want to see many landfills, you know. This company do landfill, the other one another landfill, so we have many landfills in the country. So we need to have a centralized landfill for Oman, for example. In Syria, we have a centralized landfill, you know? So it is good in your country that you have you will have the centralized landfill. Of course, disposal could be different ways, okay? It's not only a landfill, but as I mentioned in an IEA document, landfill for very low norm waste is an appropriate technique, okay? There are many factors that you select your technique, but let us stick to the landfill. But if you want to select another technique, another option for disposal, you have to think about these factors, you know, to select your option, like environmental exposure, public acceptability. Maybe the public, they don't accept this option, you know. In some countries, they don't accept that to have a landfill close to their homes, you know. And of course, universal acceptability, if this is what we're saying about the landfill, it's a universal, it's accepted, you know, worldwide. And of course, this is, for example, for oil and gas, there are many options. Spreading, sludge farming, burial, disposal facility, even well injection is very expensive technique. If you want to put it back to downhole 3 kilometers, 4 kilometers, there is a technology for that. So you can make it slurry and then inject it. But this is very expensive, you know. And if you have large quantities, is not a practical, really, option to use. Storage, as I mentioned, now everybody is storing storage. They have a storage facility. And of course, the perfect option for long-term management depends on the conditions of the facility, you know, and the quantity, you know, how much you have. You have bulk amounts of residues, or you have medium amount or small amount, you know. Of course, you're not going to do a landfill if you have only a few drums in your facility, you know. Or if you have larger quantities, you're not going to use, let us say, a small landfill, and even the design of the landfill will be different, okay? This depends on if it's bulk quantity, small, medium, you know. Of course, this is one of the landfill used for oil, for non-waste. And you see one of this there for the containment, is more containment. They have the drums, okay? Even the material solidified there, and then they can encapsulate it as well. So, small quantity, like I said, in maybe in a small norm yard, they can put it. So the storage area should be controlled, designed to reduce any exposure, okay, any for the risk, you know. And of course, operating organization should select, as I said, the design options, process, materials, construction method, and so on, and then to provide measures how to avoid any spillage or any spread of contamination, okay, and safe use of these materials. Of course, there are many examples from the mining industry. I mentioned the phosphogypsum examples, how they want to reuse these. And of course, tailings, bauxite tailings, phosphogypsum, scale from oil and gas, sediment and sludge. There are many examples from the industry how they manage their non-waste, okay? In my country nowadays for phosphogypsum, we have large bit lined, and we pump the phosphogypsum to this lined bit, okay, for drying. And then in the future plan, we will cover this phosphogypsum with 2 meters of soil, contaminated of soil, clean soil, and then we plant trees. So this is the plan. So we have different options, different experience around the world for this. So when you select your site for long-term management, like landfill, we have to do siting studies, you know, to select this. Of course, sightings, we need to know the characterization of the site. The design should take all measures to reduce the risk, like water filtration, integrity of the containment, accident release, surrounding environment, and so on. So there are many factors should be considered in the design, and I think the national facility, they consider all of these factors during the design. And this is one of the designs for the landfill, the cover, and the liner, all of these. It's already well known, I mean, and you can find it in IEA documents. Of course, the operations operated in accordance to the management plan prepared by the operation organization. Decommissioning of the facility should be included as well in your documents, because decommissioning, you know, decommissioning, some people, they don't consider it from the beginning of the project, and they will have large problem in the future. Even for oil companies, when they leave their facilities, for example, they have large quantity of non-waste generated from decommissioning operations. Of course, monitoring is very important for the storage area, for the landfill, for example, or for the operation of a facility for non-facility, like monitoring the air, the exhaust air, radon monitoring, water groundwater monitoring, soil monitoring, even the personal monitoring. This should be considered during the operation of a NORM facility. Thank you very much. I took only 2 minutes. Extra.
شكرا دكتور محمد المصري، من أكثر المتحدثين التزاما بالوقت. شكرا جزيلا لك. بعد الجلسة المقبلة سنفتح مجال للأسئلة، وبعدها ستكون إن شاء الله استراحة. أما الآن فننتقل إلى تصميم مستقبل طاقة منخفض النفايات، الهيدروجين الدائري واقتصاديات النفايات المشعة، مع الدكتور شبيب الراشدي من الجامعة الوطنية للعلوم والتكنولوجيا.
Assalamu alaikum. Today my presentation, it is really maybe different. I am not with landfill every time, and some relation between renewable energy and what is happening for the norm or for radioactive. Here for today, it is my paper for how the generation of hydrogen in Oman affected for small mistake happened in my center. Before I started, I want also some clarification for my center. It is supported from that ELIXO, and we are only the first lab and center under the responsibility full for the ELIXO, for renewable energy in Oman, especially for the waste to energy. And also our support and collected a lot of facilities also from Oman Vision 2040, Mohri, Ministry of Higher Education. And before it is TRC, the Research Council in Oman, and that's our new logo related to ELIXO. Until today, we have around 8 patents and 254 journals, Q1 and Q2. My team from a different country, from China, from Malaysia, from Oman, and one from Saudi Arabia. And I am very happy to inform you also Prof. Robert from Germany, also now in our center. My center also, it is only the center who is work with waste to energy in GCC, and work exactly for feasibility economic for the hydrogen, and Hydrom Oman now waiting the very important report from our center for how can reduce the cost of hydrogen from $6 to $4, that future of hydrogen in the world. Today I want to inform you, I will start it for what is happening for generation of hydrogen in our center and what is the novelty. And last point, what is the relation between hydrogen and for radioactive waste? Let us start for the hydrogen. For small introduction for the hydrogen. Every time I ask myself, why a lot of countries not started with hydrogen generation if the hydrogen, it is very expensive. As you know, the hydrogen, the main issue used fresh water, plus the emission of CO2. 1 kilogram from hydrogen can sit around 10 kilogram of CO2 emission to the environment and will be affected to our life. Number two, or second challenge for used fresh water. Last week, I am in Qatar, and one person from Morocco, he said it, if I used the fresh water for the hydrogen today, tomorrow I will lose the agriculture money from the Morocco, as you know, the avocado and some it is very important fruits. How can I give you fresh water? How can I give you fresh water and tomorrow I will lose my money and future of economic in Morocco? Number three, sorry. Here we needed go to relation between the hydrogen without fresh water and how can apply life cycle assessment to this economy, and I collected a lot of money without radioactive waste. Some of you, yes, saw here some objectives. And how can reduce the cost of generation of hydrogen in Oman? As you know, the fresh water, it is the main part of hydrogen generation, and without hydrogen cannot go to any new renewable. What is happening here? We collected a lot of new catalyst from our environmental, from the agriculture waste, and we collected a lot of new materials called tannin. Tannin, it is from the group of phenolic. It is oxygen, carbon, and hydrogen, as you know, and very strong bond. The tannin, last time I collected from China by $46 for each kilogram. Today, in my center, we produce this catalyst by $6 only. Why I need mention the catalyst for tannin today? Because the tannin, the main catalyst and main chemical, absorb the radioactives for small mistake happened in my lab. The gap here, fresh water, and how can apply non-fresh water to my reactors for reduce the cost of hydrogen without waste. That's what is happening in my center. We collected, thank you first for the OQ team, really, every time help us and be a company. Here we collected the wastewater from OQ before a few years and started how can reduce the viscosity and reduce the waste amount inside this wastewater treatment. How can, by another language, how can send it new good materials to Oman from waste or from wastewater? $164 million, the cost of treatment last 5 years for wastewater treatment in OQ. It is very huge amount. This time we started for how can reduce the viscosity of OQ wastewater treatment and send it to the landfill. I am not with landfill. My vision, life without landfill after 20 years. Yes, we will send it to the landfill. From the landfill also we saw another leachate samples. And also we have another problem, and the cost of operation now increased. And the people in OQ said, please stop. Yesterday I paid $164 million, and today I will pay maybe double. I know exactly where is the gap for the treatment process. That's why my team work for prepare new reactors, and that same reactors who is win in Berlin in 2023 for the best paper and best patent. Now we work for how can produce biochar catalyst from our agriculture waste من النخل العمانية. How can produce the tannin? When I put the tannin in my reactors, I saw the 2 layers suddenly happened. We saw 2 layers happening in my reactors. It is bus. Number 2, I used renewable energy. I used solar energy. And my full building in National University Center, it is full now by solar energy in angle 90. Now I am bus in 2 parts. I used renewable energy and I used natural catalyst called tannin. Number 3, when I added the wastewater in this reactor with the tannin, I saw 2 layers, and I needed reduce the iron oxide. That's why I asked Agriculture Ministry for collected the fish waste, and I absorbed or isolated the iron oxide from fish waste, and I put it in my reactors. Now, today, I am very happy for inform you my purity of hydrogen by natural materials reached to 99.89%. My 99.89, and also I am not happy because the cost of membrane or operation, it is very expensive. When I saw the problems, when I added all my data for AI, I predict new models called Nixon's models. It is 0.95 for AI. I added all the information, and I know here where is my problems. The team said it, some issue happened in our electrolysis. Cathode and anode of my hydrogen that sent it to me one message, here we have some coating problems. From where? We don't know. And we will check by SEM, FTIR, TGA, and check the types of carbons. And one Prof. Robert from Germany said it, I am sure some radioactive waste from your samples. That's why my electrolysis time with the hydrogen, it is okay. Increase it. With the efficiency, increase it for different types of samples. But any sample came from field, we saw the problems. That's the cost of the project. I will back again for this one. Now we saw some problems for the efficiency. Now when I added injection 6 liter to 12 liter in my reactors of the waste, I saw like that's happened. That's meaning some issue happened in my electrode and cathode. And when I am open the membrane there from agriculture waste, I saw my membrane, it is black. When I send a sample to different people and professor, all of them said it's some percentage of radioactive waste in your sample. When I added my tannin and my samples from agriculture waste in Oman, and I added tannin, and I added hematite from the fish waste, I saw again the activity of my reactors back again to the life. What is the meaning of my words today? Before I close my speak, I won't say that we work with different types of challenge, but the environmental every time help us. Now we have tannin and hematite from fish waste and from agriculture waste can absorb radioactive waste and increase the activity of hydrogen again and the life of economic in Oman back again. I am very happy and nothing difficult. That's my future work. How can I add it CO2 from the pollution? How can I add it in my reactors? How can H2O break down of the bond, hydrogen and oxygen? How can hydrogen go to 2 types of membrane called Nixon's and the graphene with the sodium? How can the electron go to another reaction and give me electricity and back again to the reactors? How can I show very new renewable energy purity to 99.78%? How can go with precipitate of any waste radioactive in my reactors? This really the new future of economic in GCC, not only in Oman. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا للدكتور شبيب الراشدي. أكيد فخورين بهذه الجهود وبهذه الطاقات الشابة التي تسعى دائما لتطوير العمل في هذا المجال أيضا بالتحديد. الآن نفتح مجال في حال وجود استفسارات أو أسئلة للمتحدثين الذين كانوا في هذه الجلسة. أي أحد لديه استفسار أو لديه مداخلة بإمكانه يرفع يده وسنوصل إليه. عدا ذلك اللي أمس شاركوا اليوم هيشارك.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning. Question for Mr. Fan. Apologies if I spell the name wrong. So the question is about on one of the slides that was presenting like a blocks diagram, and below the recycle there is another stage which is storage. Is it the storage of the cleaned equipments or the recycled equipments, or the storage of the waste itself? And the second question, it's about on the diagram with regarding to classifications or categorizations of the waste. Was it, I mean, the thresholds were not clear on what is the basis of the low and high categorizations. Thank you.
No, it's okay. Thank you for your question, and I would first answer your second question, because in the classification system, in that, always people want to know what is the value and between different levels of waste. But unfortunately, in the IEA safety standards, it's a document developed based on the consensus of all the member states. We are difficult to provide exact values. However, actually in each country and different facility, they may have specific value in that.
But there is no scientific basis for the thresholds. Or the levels.
Because that one's standards is basically classification of radioactive waste, more for the disposal. Provide a general idea what kind of type of waste and go for the different options of disposal. And those specific value and criteria can be calculated based on the safety assessment. If you have a site or a facility and you calculate based on the general criteria, like 0.3 millisievert per year, and you can get a specific value, what kind of waste can be put into that specific disposal facilities. That's the basic idea behind. And for the first question, yes, and there's different options for surface and for the specific landfill, because that's related to the concept of the generic clearance and the specific clearance. When we say generic clearance, that means materials after can be released and for use without any restriction, without any control in terms of radiation. For specific clearance, that means that materials already have very definite pathways. For example, for reuse and recycling as construction materials, and you know exact the use of that materials, then you can calculate what is the pathway to the people, what is the impact to the public, And also, if you put some waste to the landfill, you know that waste go directly to the landfill. Then you can calculate, you don't, very specific pathways and to
Thank you
for
Imran.
that way.
شكرا
Thanks.
جزيلا. شكرا خالد. هل في استفسار آخر؟ تفضل.
السلام عليكم. السؤال للدكتور محمد بخصوص الاكزيميتد ليفلز واللو اكتيف ويست. الريوز اوف ذا ويست او الريوز اوف a contaminated object او contaminated tools with waste. It is depending on exhibited level or low activity, because there is a great difference between low active and exhibited level. Sometimes the low active waste has a very long half-life isotopes, so it is if it is exhibited but still radioactive waste. That's right or wrong?
Actually, thank you very much for your question. This is why a lot of people, they confuse sometimes about the exemption and the clearance. So when for reuse, we have to use a clearance level, okay? And this should be according to regulatory authority, you know, to put a clearance levels for contaminated, for example, equipment. Like if you have a contaminated equipment, surface contamination, we use a becquerel per square centimeter, or as an activity, you know. So they have to get a clear. For example, like I say, in the medical applications, we have the cobalt-57, which is 274 days half-life, so 10 years will be. So the regulatory, they should list which are the sources can be cleared. And for example, cobalt-76, they should have some cobalt-57, for example. In 10 years, it's already cleared, all right?
But, sometimes the daughter maybe have a very long, like
Yes.
iodine-123. Iodine-123, the half-life is 13 hours. Okay. But it's changed into tellurium about 9.2 in 10 power 16 half-life.
Yeah, yeah. This is why exemption, let us say, exemption level, it's from the beginning is an implant exposure, okay? They will tell you this is the value, the generic value, or something. They will take into considerations other, like the decay products, something like that, you know, for each radionuclide. So if you go to the tables of the GSR Part 3, you have the tables. You have for each radionuclide, so you have an exemption level, okay? And in addition to this exemption level, it's not only the activity concentration, there is a total activity. I mean, if you have a radium-226 is a 1 becquerel per gram, not exceeding 10 to 4 becquerel as a total activity. So you have a total activity and you have the exemption levels. Some, people, they forget the second line in the table. They just take the first line, but there is a total activity there. So now, if you have two isotopes, there is an equation, so you can calculate how much the exemption, levels of the mixed radionuclides. So when you have a radionuclide that decay to another radionuclide, which was long half-life, like, for example, a source of polonium-210. Polonium-210 is a 138 days, but, the radium-226, lead-210 is a 21 days, 21 years, okay, the half-life, and then decays to polonium-210, which is lower, much lower. But there are other isotopes decays to higher, long half-life radioisotopes, and maybe the activity will be higher than the parent.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور محمد. شكرا للسائل الكريم. إذا ما في سؤال إذا سنخرج إلى الاستراحة الآن. سنعود إن شاء الله في 10:40. 10:40 we should be again here إن شاء الله. شكرا جزيلا.
Yeah, I understand. فرصة الحل يحيى.
ما حصلت غير ماشي دورت.
The night is cold, the world's asleep. Your memory is all I keep. A gentle fire beneath my skin. You're the dream I'm falling in. Every shadow, every spark leads me back into your heart. You're my light between us. Every breath reminds me of who we are. You're my light between us.
من جديد، أهلا وسهلا. سنواصل إن شاء الله أوراق العمل وفق البرنامج. ورقة العمل المقبلة ستكون إنجازات ومشاريع في إدارة النفايات المشعة على المستوى الوطني. سيقدمها الفاضل أحمد عبد الرحمن من هيئة الطاقة الذرية الأردنية. أستاذ أحمد، أهلا وسهلا بك.
السلام عليكم، صباح الخير جميعا، يعطيكم العافية. بحب أشكر سلطنة عمان والهيئة البيئة على استضافتها مثل هيك ندوة، واستضافة ودعوة الأردن لتكون يعني تشارك بالخبرات اللي عندها في مجال إدارة النفايات المشعة. اليوم إن شاء الله راح أتطرق هيك لمجموعة من المشاريع اللي نفذتها هيئة الطاقة الذرية الأردنية، كونها هي اللي بتمتلك الصلاحيات والمسؤوليات في إدارة النفايات المشعة في المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية. عندنا أول شيء إحنا نعرف إنه عشان أنا يكون في عندي نظام إدارة متكامل للنفايات المشعة، بنبلش مثل ما حكوا زملائنا بالأمس واليوم، إنه لازم يكون في عندي سياسة وطنية استراتيجية ومجموعة من البرامج لتحقيق أهداف هاي السياسة أو هاي الاستراتيجية اللي أنت بتتضمن من خلالها عملية إدارة النفايات المشعة. مثل ما أشار الزميل الدكتور زياد امبارح، إحنا معظم النفايات المشعة الموجودة في المملكة هي DSRS Dissociated Radioactive Sources اللي ناتجة من مختلف التطبيقات السلمية للطاقة النووية. الحمد لله الأردن قطع شوط جيد في مجال البري ديسبوزال مانجمنت أو الشورت تيرم مانجمنت للنفايات المشعة، وحاليا عمالنا بنطورها على اساس انه تكون عندنا اداره اللي هي بنسميها اللونج تيرم مانجمنت ديسبوزال، اللي هي اخر مرحله بالتخلص النهائي من النفايات المشعه. راح نستعرض هيك شويه مشاريع اللي نفذتهم الهيئه، طبعا بالتعاون مع الوكاله الدوليه للطاقه الذريه ومجموعه من الدول او الشركات المهتمه في مجال اداره النفايات المشعه واعاده استخدامها. مثل ما حكينا احنا بهمنا حاليا في الاردن التوجه في الاردن لايجاد حلول طويله الامد لاداره النفايات المشعه، كونه احنا حاليا يعني وصلنا لاخر مرحله او لاخر نقطه قبل التخلص النهائي او اعاده استخدام هاي المصادر المشعه والمواد المشعه. والهدف اللي هو الاسمى لاداره النفايات المشعه طبعا مثل الكل صار بيعرف اللي هو حمايه الانسان والبيئه والممتلكات الشخصيه. عندنا عدة مشاريع، من هاي المشاريع أول شيء كان في عندي استرجاع المصادر المشعة غير المستخدمة من موقع التخزين في منطقة سواقة. احنا من التسعينات كانت الدولة بتهتم في موضوع إدارة المصادر والنفايات المشعة وفقا للتعليمات والإجراءات الدولية اللي كانت معتمدة وفقا للقوانين المحلية. فموقع سواقة كان مخصص لتخزين DSRS، وكان بهذيك الأيام أو بتلك الأوقات الممارسات الموجودة إنه المصدر المشع مثل ما هو المصدر بتم وضعه داخل برميل معدني وبنصب كونكريت وبتخزن. أضمن إنه ما حدا يقدر يوصل لهذا المصدر، يكون صعب النقل، صعب الوصول إلى المصادر المشعة، وكانت هاي من إحدى الممارسات المعتمدة في كثير من الدول. الموقع خارج حدود العاصمة عمان تقريبا 90 كيلومتر إلى الجنوب. الموقع خاضع للمراقبة من جهات الأمنية وبتبع على مسؤوليته لوزارة البيئة بشكل كامل، وكان جزء منه مخصص للنفايات المشعة. في أسئلة كانت تدور إنه هل تعتبر النفايات المشعة من المواد المخطرة؟ إحنا عندنا في القانون الأردني نعم النفايات المشعة هي المواد الخطرة ولازم تنحكم وتنظم من خلال وزارة البيئة، مع استثناء النفايات المشعة اللي هي بتكون هاي مخصصة أو مسؤولية هيئة الطاقة الذرية الأردنية. فالموقع القديم كان من ضمن مكب النفايات الخطرة اللي تابع لوزارة البيئة. التجهيزات في تلك الأيام يعني موقع بعيد عن العاصمة، بعيد عن الخدمات، ما كان بتوفر فيه كل جميع معايير السلامة والأمن اللي أنت لازم تتوفر في هذا الموقع. بال 2018 بلشنا نفكر بالموضوع إنه هاي المصادر المشعة لازم نسترجعها وتتخزن في منشأة مجهزة لتخزين النفايات المشعة وإدارتها بالطرق الصحيحة والطرق السليمة. كان الموقع مثل ممكن امبارح استعرضت بعض الصور له، كان الموقع بتكون من طبقتين، كل طبقة بتحتوي على 25 باكج أو 25 برميل تتخزن داخلها المصادر بالطريقة اللي بالشكل هون عندي. كان المصدر ينوضع داخل الدرام، بعدين نصب عليه كونكريت ويتخزن داخل الحفرة. وزن الطرد نفسه كان هو وسيلة، يعني مثل ما يحكوها خط الدفاع الأول عن المصدر، إنه صعب أي شخص يجي يتعامل مع هذا الكونتينر أو يأخذ هذا الكونتينر ويستطيع الوصول للمصادر الموجوعة. بال 2018 عملنا مثل ما يحكوها أكثر من ميشن وأكثر من دراسة استقصائية أساس نشوف إيش الأدوات والمعدات اللي إحنا بحاجتها والخطط التنفيذية اللي موجودة عشان نطبقها أثناء عملية التعامل مع هاي المصادر المشعة. وكان في دعم من الوكالة الدولية في أكثر من زيارة أو للخبراء، كشفوا على الموقع، قدمنا الخطط، قدمنا كل الريكويرمنت اللي تتطلبها الهيئة الرقابية، وحصلنا على الموافقة لتنفيذ المشروع والبدء باستعادة المصادر المشعة. وطبعا كنا أول شيء لازم إنه نتأكد منه إنه هاي النفايات المشعة اللي بدي أسترجعها تطابق معايير والشروط اللي أنا بدي أخزنها داخل المنشأة الجديدة. طبعا جهزنا كل الخطط، جهزنا المعدات، الأدوات، أجهزة الكشف، الكوادر الفنية والبشرية، وبلشنا عملنا أكثر من دريل وعمليات تطبيق لعملية التعامل مع المصادر المشعة واستخراجها. هي في عندي صور هيك لبعض العمليات، يعني كان هذا أكبر تحدي لنا، عبارة عن تنك حديد 2 متر في متر سماكته، داخله درمين، كل درم 100 لتر مصبوب عليهم اسمنت، وداخل الدرامات مصبوب اسمنت، فأنت بدك تستخرج المصادر من داخل هاي الحاوية. هي بتشوفوا المصدر عندي هون، هاي الكونتينر عندي هون، وهياته بعد ما بلشنا في عمليات تكسير الاسمنت والكونكريت، وكان لازم نعرف بالضبط وين المصدر داخل التدريع على اساس انه يعني لا سمح الله ما يصير عمليه اختراق للتدريع واننا ناثر او نضر بالمصدر المشع. كل العمليات هاي تمت خلال تقريبا 3 أسابيع في الموقع نفسه. كانت المصادر عندي تقريبا 33 درام، تجمعوا بالاخير ب 12 درام على الشكل هذا. في عندي هون بعض الاندستريال irradiator كوبالت 60، هذول من السكراب، هذول من التسعينات كانوا موجودين ومخزنين في الموقع. كل المصادر الموجوده هناك كانت من الفئه الثالثه 3 ل 5، لانه كاتيجوري 1 و 2 كان لهم ترتيبات خاصه في ذلك الوقت واليه تخزين واداره خاصه فيهم. هيك مثال سريع هيك او مخطط سريع، جهزنا موقع بكل المعدات اللازمه وكل متطلبات الوقايه الاشعاعيه، الحاويات الجديده اللي بدنا نستخدمها. بلشنا نخرج فيهم كونتينر، كان في عندنا معلومات المتوفره من خلالها نستطيع ان نحدد المصادر. في بعض المصادر كان عندنا تصور عن طريقه توزيع المصادر داخلهم، وبلشنا بعمليات الازاله، وكان دائما في اجهزه الراديشن مونيتورنج والراديشن بروتكشن اوفيسر موجود على كل المراحل والخطوات اللي احنا كنا نشتغل فيها. هاي في عندي شكل من اشكال هاي بعض النيوكليير جيجز اللي كانت موجوده داخل الخرسانه الاسمنتيه، والدوز اسسمنت والدوز ميجرمنتس، كل هاي الشغلات كانت بشكل دوري متواصل اثناء العمليات. اخر شيء كمان بيهمني انا عشان اخلص من موضوع الهيئه الرقابيه، لازم كل المتطلبات تبعتهم، وبدي اخرج الموقع من الرقابه او بدي اخرجه من الخدمه، فكان لازم اقدم لهم مجموعه من الادله انه انا المستودع عندي او الموقع اصبح نظيف خالي من المواد المشعه. تم جمع عينات وفحصها من التربه من الكونكريت، وكل النفايات اللي موجوده او تولدت عندي تم فحصها واخذ عينات منها وتاكد من خلوها من مواد مشعه. واما نحكي عن دي SRS فصعب كثير يكون في عندي حوادث او تلوث اشعاعي ناتج عنها. تم جميعهم في حاويه وفقا لمتطلبات النقل اللي موجوده عندنا، ونقلهم الى المستودع المركزي لتخزين واداره النفايات المشعه. المصادر كانوا عندي بالشكل هذا مخزنين داخل الموقع، بال 2022 صاروا بهذا الشكل داخل منشاه تخزين النفايات المشعه اللي موجود في العاصمه عمان. إحدى المشاريع أو التحديات اللي كانت تواجهنا اللي هي أجهزة تشعيع الدم البلاد رادياتر، كانت متواجدة أو تقريبا يوجد 5 أجهزة في مختلف مستشفيات المملكة ووزارة الصحة. كان التوجه ضمن مبادرة من الوكالة ومن وزارة الدفاع الأمريكية، وزارة الطاقة الأمريكية عفواً، إنه أنا بدي أخفف الريسك تبعت وجود هاي المصادر المشعة، وهي من الفئة 1 كاتيجوري 1 وكاتيجوري 2 داخل المستشفيات والمواقع الطبية. فتم استبدالهم بهاي انرجي اكس راي فلورسنس. تم تجهيز الخطط، إعداد الخطط، النقل، التفكيك، ونقل 5 أجهزة من مواقع تشغيلهم إلى المنشأة في عمان وفقاً لخطط. طبعاً هاي الخطط كلها صادق عليها الهيئة الرقابية الأردنية اللي هي هيئة تنظيم قطاع الطاقة والمعادن وشركاء وزارة الصحة، وأخذنا جميع الموافقات، وتم تفكيك المصادر تحت إشراف فقط من الشباب الموجودين عندنا في هيئة الطاقة الذرية. وين عندي أنا بعض أشكالهم. أنت لما تحكي كاتيجوري 1 و 2 إن يعني هذا الجهاز مثلاً الوزن تبعه تقريباً 3 طن، فأنت بدك تتعامل معه بشكل كثير دقيق وكثير حساس، لأنه المصدر يعني بيحمي نفسه، لكن أنا بدي أقلل من المخاطر اللي ناتجة مش من الإشعاع، المخاطر والسلامة العامة في أمور ثانية. وتم نقل هاي المصادر داخل تدريعها الأصلي وتخزينها في هيئة الطاقة الذرية الأردنية بهذا الشكل الموجود عندي هون بالآخر. فحاليا الأجهزة موجودة عندي هون. حاليا التطلع إنه نتخلص من هاي المصادر، سواء نرجعها لبلد المنشأ أو نشوف ناس مهتمين في عملية ريسايكلينج ويعيدوا استخدام هاي المصادر المشعة. حاليا 5 أجهزة موجودين عندي في المنشأة مخزنين. الرخصة تبعتنا أو الممارسات تبعتنا في هيئة الطاقة الذرية ما بتعطينا صلاحية إنه نعمل أي أعمال ديسمانتلينج أو كونديشنينج للكاتيجوري 1 و 2، جست فقط بنخزنهم تخزين داخل المنشأة إلى حين إرجاعهم لبلد المنشأ. لكن أنا هيك وفرت على المستشفيات ومن المخاطر ومن الأنظمة السكيورتي والوقاية الإشعاعية وإلى آخره داخل المنشأة. فأنا صار عندي جهاز إكس راي مثل ما بيعرفها باور اون اوف، انتهت المخاطر تبعتهم. لكن هذا مصدر سيزيوم وعمر النصف له طويل، فكانت يعني بواجه تحديات في نفس المؤسسات اللي بيستخدموه وبتعاملوا معه. في عندي أجهزة كمان التليثيرابي هيدز، كان موجود عندي جهازين خرجوا من الخدمة من 2010 وضلهم في نفس المستشفى ضمن نفس الشروط تبعت الهيئة الرقابية. كانوا يترخصوا كل سنة، لازم في سيكيورتي سيستم، لازم في انسبكشن والى اخره. لحد 2016 بالتعاون مع الوكالة الدولية نفذنا مهمة وعملنا لهم ديكوميشنينج، فككنا هذول الجهازين ونقلناهم إلى المستودع المركزي لتخزين وإدارة النفايات المشعة. التحدي الوحيد اللي احنا بنواجهه مع المصادر انه الكوبالت بيجي في التدريع تبعه دبلتد يورانيوم، فانت المصدر الكوبالت عمر نصف له قصير، لكن بضل التحدي مع التدريع نفسه الموجود داخل او موجود في الجهاز. في بعض الصور هيك توضح المشروع. الجهاز هذا كان يعني تقريبا 6 سنوات وهو في المنشأة بدون اي استخدام. الجهازين تم تفكيكهم، فقط أخذنا الهيد الرئيسي مع التدريع الخاص فيه. طبعا بعض الشركات احنا لما حاولنا نتواصل مع الشركات الخاصة عشان يشتغلوا معنا في الموضوع هذا طلبوا كلف مالية كتير عالية، لأنه عملية التفكيك أو عملية استبدال أو استخراج المصدر كوست، ولازم يكون في عندي حاويات مخصصة لنقله. فإحنا كانت الخطة إنه ننقله بنفس التدريع الأصلي اللي موجود داخله المصدر المشع. ومن 2016 انتقلوا للمستودع لحديت 2024، يعني هاي بعد الصور هيك لعملية نقلهم داخل الباكج وتم استبدالهم مباشرة. يعني احنا هدول بقى الجهاز ما اخذناهم، تم ادخال لينير اكسلريتر في المستشفى بالتعاون مع الوكالة الدولية واستبدال هدول الجهازين بلينير اكسلريتر في المستشفى العامل فيه. المصدرين هدول ضلوا معنا لل 2024 مثل ما حكينا من خلال مشروع تي سي مع الوكالة الدولية. تم إيجاد دولة مانحة مهتمة في الموضوع تبع الريسايكلينج للمصادر وللدبلتد يورانيوم، فإحنا صدرناهم لخارج المملكة. حصلنا الحاويات الخاصة بعملية النقل، تم تجهيزهم وضعهم داخل هاي وإعادة تصديرهم إلى هذا. هون المفارقة بتصير عندي في المصدر هذول إنه إحنا عندنا المشع القامي مثل ما حكى الدكتور زياد، إحدى المنشآت الموجودة عندنا، وهو هذا بحاجة إلى تجديد المصادر كل فترة وفترة، فإحنا المصادر وداهم ب 24 26 راح يرجعوا لنا نستخدمهم في الجاما إريديتر، فهنا الريسايكل والريوز لهي المصادر كثير مفيد في هاي الحالات. هاي بعض الصور لإلهم أثناء عملية التفكيك وعملية تجميعهم داخل حاويات النقل اللي خاصة فيهم. طبعا الإجراءات هاي يعني أنا بحكي هيك بشكل سريع، لكن هذا الشغل كان يتطلب منا في بعض الأحيان سنة وسنتين بس من عشان نلبي متطلبات الهيئة الرقابية، الخطط الأمنية، خطط النقل، كل الإجراءات، الدوز أسسمنت، كل هاي الشغلات لازم إحنا كنا نلبيها بحسب متطلبات الهيئة الرقابية، وتم نقلهم وشحنهم إلى خارج المملكة. حاليا المشاريع اللي شغالين فيها مثل ما حكيت أول شيء أنا قطعت شوط جيد في البري ديسبوزبل مانجمنت لهي المصادر المشعة، وحاليا بنحاول إنه نحسن أو يكون في عندنا رؤية واضحة لونج تيرم مانجمنت لهي المصادر المشعة. فلا بد أنا في يوم من الأيام راح أحتاج ليكون عندي مصدر أو عفوا موقع للتخلص النهائي من المواد المشعة، لأنه إحنا بنعرف في عندي أنا النفايات المشعة الناتجة من المؤسسات والنفايات المشعة اللي بتنتج من المفاعل النووي الأردني للبحوث والتدريب. فمرحلة التخزين هي مش المرحلة النهائية، فأنت في يوم من الأيام راح تحتاج لأنه يكون عندك موقع للتخلص النهائي من هاي المواد المشعة. حاليا إحنا في عنا المسود الاستراتيجية الوطنية بنراجعها، عملنا ريفيو مع الاتحاد الأوروبي على أساس إنه نعتمدها نهاية العام القادم، لأنه هاي الاستراتيجية مثل ما حكينا أنت تطبيق للسياسة، فهي بتوضح مسؤوليات كل مؤسسة وكل جهة لازم أنت تتعامل بهذا المجال. وعندنا تحدي جديد، يعني عندنا جديد قديم اللي هو معالجة المياه الجوفية بسبب وجود نظائر المشعة الطبيعية. فحاليا في عندنا أنظمة مطبقة في جنوب المملكة بنتج عنها مخلفات بتحتوي على الراديوم 226 والراديوم 228، فإحنا حاليا بنحاول إنه نوضع خطط لعلاج هذه المشكلة والتعامل مع هذه النفايات، وفي مقترحات كثيرة بالموضوع هذا. في بعض الشركات بتعمل عملية الاكستراكشن أو مهتمة في الراديوم 226 و 228 وبيستخدموا الأكتينيوم 228 في علاج سرطان الكبد، فبيحاولوا انهم ياخذوا يعملوا ريسايكلينج بدل ما يتكلف في عمليه الاكسبلوريشن واستخراج هاي المواد انه يصير ياخذها من النفايات هاي. فانا هاي بالنسبه لي النفايات، بالنسبه للشركه الثانيه او للجهه المهتمه بتكون ريسورسز. ويعطيكم العافيه.
شكرا جزيلا للأستاذ أحمد عبد الرحمن من هيئة الطاقة الذرية بالمملكة الأردنية الهاشمية. الآن سنذهب إلى تحديد الأنشطة المستهدفة وإعداد الجرد للنفايات المشعة والمصادر المشعة المختومة المهملة مع الدكتور محمد عبد الوهاب. أهلا وسهلا بك دكتور.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good morning to everybody. This is my first time I come to Oman, and I am very glad to see you here. And hopefully I can see you again everywhere in this world. So my topics right now, I will talk about the identification of target activities and preparation of inventories for radioactive waste and DSRS, disused radioactive material. I think these subjects are very important, even though we only deal with radioactive material, we only talk about radioactive material, how to deal with radioactive material. But inventory of this waste management, inventory of the DSRS, I think are very, very important. Because when we talk about inventory of the waste, inventory of our DSRS, we will deal about the other activity. Or I mean, the other activity we relate with inventory of the waste. What is that? See here. Oh, here? Yeah? Okay. So I think almost everybody here know about these fundamentals of safety principle. So this, when we deal with safety, deal with radioactive material, we think about safety. So effectiveness management of waste and the DRS is essential to safeguard human health, protect the environment, and ensure compliance with the national, international regulatory standard. That's under this fundamental safety principle. So comprehensive of waste management, I think it's very important to involve so many activities, something like type, quantity, properties of waste, and especially when we deal with DSS, where the DRS is still sometimes very high activity. So we here, we will try to find what is a target activities that's involved with the inventory. Or I can say this inventory, we involve all the target activity here. So this target activity actually includes a systematic process of identification, characterization, and collection storage of the radioactive waste. So preparation inventory is one part of this process. But I think this inventory actually is very, very important. It's essential, very important, and it's central part of the process. As I mentioned before, all this activity, we involve inventory. Okay? So not many people talk about inventory, but inventory for me is very important. Okay? So now we'll go to, I think everybody knows already this definition of radioactive waste. Radioactive waste is radioactive material for which no further use is foreseen, but still contain or contaminated with radioactive nuclide or radioactive material. So this, I think you can see this definition in our IAEA glossary. This waste, then every presenter already talked about this one. This forms can in form of waste. You can see in solid waste, you can see liquid waste, you can gas waste, and I think everybody knows this one. And then one more thing is a definition on this DSRS. DSRS is defined as disused radioactive sources as still radioactive source that is no longer used, intended to be used, or can no longer serve its original purposes, but still contain radioactive material above clearance level and therefore require safe management. Well, some say the SRS, of course, some are very, very low activity, but some are still very high, especially when we deal with this therapy unit head, something like that, they're very high. And some nuclear gauges still very high. So you need to deal properly when with this DSRS. Key point here, even though disuse, the source still contain, even disuse, the source still contain radionuclide at activity concentration above regulatory clearance level, meaning it cannot be treated as ordinary waste. So you cannot send this waste to everywhere, but you need to deal with this waste. What is target activity? So target activities, I think, are all the activities that probably what do you want to do with the waste? Okay. So it's actually you need to identify the target activity. So it involves with generation, storage, disposal. This is some of it, and finally, of course, disposal. So these activities must be identified to ensure safe management of radioactive waste. So proper inventory and also regulatory requirement. And what is inventory? Inventory is the IAEA framework. In IAEA, inventory is a verified national record of radioactive waste and the SS, essential for safety, security, regulatory compliance, and long-term planning. It includes quantity and quantitative information. So this one, so all these inventories, you need to put some what type of material, physical, chemical form, label, and everything here. So that one inventory here is need to verify by the national record of the activities. These are activities that involved with the activities. So you can see here, this hospital also produce hospital radioactive waste, research, education, industry, then until I think if you have nuclear facility, you have big inventory of waste. This activity, I think most of us already know, most of us already talk about this one. Activities which involved with the waste. Yeah? We produce the waste, and we do treatment, we do pre-treatment, and after that we do conditioning, we store it, and then probably finally we dispose it. Okay? So these are activities which involved with the waste. So this activity actually need regulatory oversight. They need to be licensed and inspection by the regulatory body. We need to do safety assessment for this facility. So why inventory is very important for radioactive waste? As I mentioned before, very important to know the inventory of the radioactive waste. First is a safety assurance. Inventory ensure all radioactive material are accounted or reducing the risk of accidental exposure. This safety. When you have very good inventory, then of course you can assure that you can manage that radioactive waste. So when you can manage the waste, then of course you can manage safety of that waste. You know? And then to also the regulatory compliance. You have with this inventory, then most of the inventory comply, or the inspector will come and check your inventory, then comply with the regulatory requirement. So inventory also demonstrate compliance with IA safety standard. Okay, I think that why in IAEA in our country, it's very important to have inventory. The third one is security and non-proliferation. If you have very good inventory, you can prevent loss, theft, and misuse of radioactive sources. You know if your inventory is something wrong with your inventory, then you can detect whether your radioactivity is still in your system, whether somebody have taken your DSS. You know? All these ones are very important. Waste classification, preparedness, long-term sustainability is very important. All these things. When you have this inventory, you can maintain that one. This what to include in the inventory. First, I think you need to have data collection. If you don't have data, then you don't have inventory. So in data collection, you need to identify, you need to the waste stream, what characterization of waste, and then you need to have database. Database is very, if you don't have database, I don't think you have entry. Probably the old system, you need to write something, not the database. You have database, but not a computerized system, something like that. But now I think it's modern times, you have the data system management. You have centralized tracking system. So, and then you need also check or update your inventory. And national reporting is compiling reporting national inventory. So how to do this inventory? You need in our country we need to define food lead authority. Yeah? Of course, for the whole everything, I think the for national inventory, I think should be a regulatory body. Because something in Malaysia, our system in regulatory body, we manage control the whole inventory sources in Malaysia. And then define the data set field. You need to classify your waste, whether it's from open sources, or you need to have metadata, date of generation of the waste, and disposal pathway, if you already disposed, or condition of sources. Everything you need to have this standard field. And then also you need to identify source waste generating. Who is a waste generator? Healthcare, industry, energy generator. In Malaysia, we have everything over there. Health industry, our research reactor, our isotope production, our industrial, our oil and gas industry, our agriculture program. So this design, you need to have software, database record. I think this one of the you need to design the system. The system needs to be very detailed. You need to ensure security of the system and enables data entry. Who can enter this the system? Who can provide the GIS? No, should it incorporated the GIS mapping the system. You have this one GIS is very good because you can track the waste. And data collection. Data collection, I think for regulatory body, it is not easy because if you have system to license them, then every licensee need to inform the regulatory body what they have. Or every licensee, that's mandatory for them. In Malaysia, it's mandatory for them to inform, to tell the government, and then online. They can tell the government, they inform the government by online. And then the most important thing, you have the data, but you need to validate whether the data is correct or not. If you have the data, but it's not really correct, then if anything happens, very difficult for you to check, to find if anything happened to the source. This data entry, storage, retrieval, reporting. This one, how do you enter the data, verify the information, and how to secure the data, how you retrieval the data, and if you need a summary of data, how you generate it. And maintenance is very important. You have car. If you have a car without maintenance, what will happen to your car? So the same thing here. You have the system, very good system, very modern system, but you don't do maintenance for your system, then you will get trouble. Okay? So make sure it's a periodic review, make a correction, and make an audit, and tell us the outcomes. This data requirements, I think these are challenges and pitfalls. So one of the challenges is incomplete data or lack of historical record. If we don't have to get this complete data, is sometimes very difficult, especially if new department, a new organization, because to collect the data is not easy actually. Especially if you have so many sources, like in Malaysia, we have 1,000 of sources in Malaysia, and then we have the old one before establishment of the regulatory body. It's good, actually, we have this, our center, nuclear center, we already collected all these things. And the resource limitation. This, let's just, you have you need to have staff, enough staff, IT, funding, you know. One of the challenges is technical challenges and characterization of the waste. Some you don't know the waste, some are very old waste, some very difficult for us to know the identification of the waste, you know. And then the coordination. Coordination, if the user is multiple organization, sometimes it's not. Sometimes regulatory body will not allow you, because of security reason. But sometimes they will consider this, allow you to use it. Like our system in Malaysia, the licensee can go to our system, not full user. But some of the documents they can use our system. So security safeguard concern for high activity. That's why I can say security. Sometimes we cannot allow people to know of the sources because of security reason. So what is good practice, best practice for regulator? Regulator body should mandate inventory submission by licensee with periodic date. That's why I mentioned in Malaysia, every licensee need to inform any changes of their radioactive material. If they get a new one, they need to inform the regulatory body. Conduct spot verification, inspection, and audit of inventory. This one very important. That's why as a regulatory body, you need to check. Go inspect whether their data is correct or not, their radioactive is correct or not. And also need provide training and guidance. So build partnership with IEA. Also in our system, ensure legacy sources are captured. I think that this one, if a new regulator is very difficult. Last time, very difficult was when we established our regulatory body, and then to put this our system, this legacy source, very difficult. But now I think we have no problem because we already established more than how many years? More than 30 years. I think I say quality management of our inventory very important. It's because if you make sure about your inventory is in up to date, and it can know by pushing the button you can know the source. You need to do continuous improvement. So these are some of the I think in IEA. There's a RISE. This software that developed by IEA. Then first they developed RISE, and now they put the new one is RISE plus 2023. I think the regulatory body can use this one, but it's up to the regulatory body. Like in Malaysia we don't use one because we have our integrated system. So this one in the IEA. No, you can see here, source tracking, maintain detailed record of radioactive sources, including these used sources. These are RISE system. So I think if you don't want to use your own system, I think IEA can provide this system. And then once this SRS, spent fuel and radioactive waste information system. Long time ago, not long time, I think before 5 years ago, I can say, I involved with this spent fuel radioactive waste information system. We put some Malaysian data inside this one. But the data is also include, I think, non-waste. So the data on this spent fuel and radioactive waste inventory. Also in this system, we can know what law we have, regulation, policy, So this one you can join. I think our colleague from IAA can tell you about this system. Who join a joint convention, you know this system, because when you join the joint convention, you need to give some of information, spend few information, relative information to the system. So this is a book that I produced. It's the latest one, I think. I think that this book, I think, is the latest information that I have. Then I think you can also find Malaysian information inside this book. I think that's all to my presentation. Thank you very much. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
شكرا للدكتور محمد عبد الوهاب من هيئة الطاقة أو الخبير الدولي في هذا المجال. لعلكم تلاحظون هناك QR كود موجود على الشاشة على اليمين وعلى اليسار. المنظمون يأملون في أن تساعدوهم في مقترحات لتوصيات هذه الندوة. بإمكانكم الدخول على هذا الرابط واختيار اللغة، وهناك مجموعة من الحقول لتعبئتها. شكرا جزيلا لتعاونكم. ولأن المراكز الصحية والمستشفيات واحدة من المؤسسات التي قد تحدث فيها وحدثت بالفعل حوادث إشعاعات ذهب ضحيتها مرضى وأيضا العاملون الصحيون في هذه المستشفيات، فإننا من الضروري أن نطلع على أفضل الممارسات والمعايير الموصى بها لإدارة النفايات النووية بفعالية في المرافق الصحية مع الدكتور وائل الخولي من وزارة الصحة في سلطنة عمان.
السلام عليكم. We will talk today about the best practices and recommended standard for the effective nuclear waste management in health facility. بدء لازم نقول إن الويست أو radioactive waste from health facility is low level waste. It is not a dangerous waste. But it should be under completely control in the health facility to control the hazards on environment or in patient or worker in these facilities. Healthcare facilities generate a numerous amount of waste, biological waste, chemical waste, and radioactive waste. The radioactive waste about 5% only from this whole amount of waste. This waste from the hospitals or from the healthcare centers, mainly it has come from the nuclear medicine department as tools or radiation, what's called health materials like cotton, gauzes, and everything used, and also from fluids which may be used in this department. The main objective and concept of best practice of radioactive waste is to protect human health, prevent exposure of the workers, public, and the environment from the harmful effect of radiation. It's also environmental safety, ensure this radioactive waste doesn't contaminate the soil or the water and the air. And finally, compliance with regulations, even national or international regulations. And safe handling and disposal, store, treat, transport, and dispose of waste. All steps of management should be very safe for the workers working in this field. Minimization of waste, it is the most important point. Minimization of waste, it is the first step in the best practice of management of waste. يعني management of waste, it does not start after the production of waste, it starts before the production by minimizing the production of this waste. Long-term sustainability ensure future generation are not burned by current radioactive waste. Some waste have a very long time half-life, so it may be stay in the environment for a very long period. So we sure that this radioactive waste should be contained and should be isolated from the environment to ensure that the future generation not affected by this waste. What is the risk of poor handling? If there is a poor handling of the radioactive waste, there is a health hazard of the stuff, increased risk of radiation exposure leading to burn or radiation sickness, contamination of hand or clothing or equipment, public safety threats including accidental release of radioactive waste material into public area, improper labeling or loss of control over the source may lead to unintentional access or misuse. في حوادث مسجلة نتيجة إن خرجت بعض المصادر المستخدمة في التطبيقات الطبية مع الويست دوت وتم اكتشافها في أماكن توزيع الويست ديت أو تعرض ليها بعض الناس لجرعات إشعاعية عالية زي حادثة تايلاند. Environmental contamination, leaks or spill of contaminated soil, groundwater, surface water causing long-term ecological damage. خصوصاً السوائل أو المياه الناتجة عن الاستخدامات الطبية لبعض المواد المشعة في المستشفيات بيجب تخزينها decay and delay يجب تخزينها لفترات طويلة عشان نقدر نوصل ل 10 half-life of this radioactive waste علشان if we release this water for water of sanitation to the soil or groundwater not making contamination of this water. في حوادث مثبتة إن حصل ليكج من هذه بعض الأماكن اللي بتخزن السوائل ديت والليكج ده ممكن بيعمل تلوث للأماكن اللي حصل فيها الليكج ممكن يعمل تلوث للمنشآت الصحية ممكن يعمل تلوث للعاملين أو للمرضى لو تعرضوا ليها. improper decay أو disposal لازم يكون فيه قوانين ويكون فيه regulations و standard operational procedures بتنظم الديسبوزال أو الريليز of this waste سواء كان solid waste أو liquid waste. الإكزامبل اوف الميديكال ويست اللي بيخرج من المؤسسات الصحيه سواء بيولوجيكال ويست which undergo decomposition او infectious waste او ان هو يكون solid waste ممكن يكون solid waste sharp waste او blunt waste. sharp waste زي البروكن جلاسز او السيرنج او collection separate containers لازم ده should be collected in separate container. ممكن يكون نتيجة البيد لايننج أو الكلوزنج والحاجات دي برضه should be if we wanted to reuse this we have to storage delay and decay and can clean it after 10 half-life and then can be used again. البيشنت excreta should be also يعني البيشنت excreta should deal with it as a liquid nuclear waste. The first thing if we dealing with radioactive waste أو النفايات مشعة أول حاجة من ضمن الإجراءات الصحيحة للتعامل معها أول حاجة إن إحنا لازم نعمل a good segregation فصل النفايات المشعة عند تجميعها في أماكن الاستخدام. يعني لو قلنا إن إحنا بنستخدمها في الهوت لاب يبقى لازم نفصل هذه المواد according للفيزيكال properties بتاعتها. يعني السوليد ويست should be separated من الليكويد ويست. السوليد ويست لازم يكون في حالات زي الجنريتورز او الامتي فيسلز او السوابس او السيرينجز او الجلوفز او اللابراتوري كلوذينج او الكفرز او الجلوفز everything this is a solid waste. It should be separated according to the each type. If it is sharp type it should be in the separate containers, not sharp type in another separate containers. Liquid waste include washing from active lab او excreta of patient injected او isolated patient under therapy برضه should be separated. الجازيوس waste generally include working خصوصا مع بعض المواد المشعة ممكن بتحصل لها تبخر او ان بيطلع منها غازات زي الايودين فالجازيوس waste should be dealing. علشان كده استخدام المواد المشعة داخل المعامل لازم بيكون في contained cabinet علشان لو في اي جازيوس ويست اللي يطلع بيبقى طالع عن طريق ستيك علشان يبقى يحصل له ديسولف وبيحصل له دايليوت في كميات كبيره من الهواء ما يدخلش في التهويه بتاعه المؤسسه الصحيه. وعشان كده من ضمن اشتراطات المؤسسات الصحيه وخصوصا في اقسام النيوكليير ميديسن ان التكييف بتاعها او عمليات اجهزه التكييف تكون اجهزه منفصله، ما يكونش تكييف مركزي لمنع انتشار لو لا قدر الله حصل اي تلوث ما ينتشرش من مكان لمكان اخر. فمن ضمن التجهيزات الهندسيه اللي بتتم قبل المانجمنت برضو ان لو حصل اي جازيوس لازم should be contained في المكان اللي هو موجود فيه بس not separated. كمان البريشر لازم يكون في النيجاتيف بريشر جوه المعمل عن الكوريدور، يعني الهواء بتاع المعمل ما ينتقلش للخارج. يعني الديزاين بتاع المكان لازم يعتمد ان البريشر يكون نيجاتيف جوه المكان اللي بيتم فيه استخدام الماده المشعه، ان التهويه بتاعه المكان دوت لو كانت المكان ده بيستخدم بعض المواد ممكن ينتج عنها بعض الغازات، لازم يكون له اجهزه شفط معينه مرتبطه باعمده او اللي هما بنسميها عمود دخان اللي هو الستيك دوت بيطلع الغازات ديت لطبقات الجو العليا فيحصل له دايليوشن انما ما يتركزش في مكان العمل. ده أول حاجة according للفيزيكال. according للأكتيفيتي، لو المكان بيتعامل مع أنواع مختلفة من المواد المشعة برضو السيجريجيشن يجب فصل هذه المواد. يعني ما ينفعش أحط الويست الناتج عن استخدام التكنيشيوم M99 مع الويست الناتج عن الأيودين مع الأيودين 131 مع الأيودين 123 and so on. يبقى أنا بفصل المواد المشعة أو السيجريجيشن أو الويست بتاعها according ليه أول حاجة التايب بتاعت الماده المشعه، ده اول حاجه. اكوردنج للاكتيفيتي، اللو اكتيفيتي والحمد لله معظم المستشفيات بتستخدم لو اكتيف ليفلز، وشورت هاف لايف عاده ما بتحتاجش انها يكون ليها شيلدنج او ديب جيولوجيكال ديسبوزال، ده بالنسبه للفاينل ديسبوزال. انما جوه المستشفى لما باجي اجمع الويست يبقى بجمع الويست اكوردنج للتايب اوف راديو اكتيف ويست واكوردنج للاكتيفيتي بتاعت الراديو اكتيف ويست دوت. دي هي الاوبريشنال بروسيجرز اوف بروبر مانجمنت اوف راديو اكتيف ويست كولكشن اند سيجريجيشن. بجمعها الاول في اماكن الاستخدام زي ما قلت اللي هي الهوت لاب اللي بجمع فيها، او في الانجكشن روم، او في الايزوليتد روم بالنسبه للعيانين اللي بيبقوا اندر تريتمنت. هذا الكولكشن والسيجريجيشن، وبعد كده بعمل لها انترنال ترانسبورتيشن جوه الفاسيلتي الى ستورج روم او ترانزيانت ستورج روم جوه الفاسيلتي علشان يتعمل لها ديلي اند ديكي، وبعد كده بعمل لها ديسبوزال او بعمل لها اكسترنال ترانسبورتيشن لجهه معينه. في بعض الدول هيئه الطاقه الذريه هي اللي بتكون مسؤوله، هنا هيئه شركه بيئه هي مسؤول ان احنا بننقل لها هذه المواد اللي يتم التعامل معاها يا اما عن طريق الانسينريشن او الدايليت والديسبيرس او الكونسنتريت اند كونتين. اهم حاجه نعرفها ان الديسبوزال بتاع المواد المشعه، ان الماده المشعه ممكن نعمل لها ريليز من المؤسسه الصحيه، لكن الريليز ده بيعتمد ان الاكتيفيتي فيه لو بات ستيل راديو اكتيف، ستيل راديو اكتيف. والمثال ده هنقوله لكم كمان شويه، لان بعض الناس بيعتقد ان الاكتيفيتي بتاعته قلت لكن خلاص تحول من radioactive لنون radioactive waste. It is not non-radioactive, it is radioactive waste. وده ديبيت كان قوي جدا، كان في اتعمل عليه حلقة دراسية حضرتها من سنوات في الوكالة، ان لما بيحصل الديكي بتاع الراديو اكتيف ويست، الويست بتاع الميديكال ويست، الايودين والتكنيسيوم M99، لما بيحصل له ديكي 10 لايف بسيبه 10 هاف لايفز. يعني بالنسبه للتكنيسيوم الهاف لايف بتاعته 6 اورز، بسيبه 10 هاف لايفز يعني حوالي 60 ساعه، يعني بيبقى وصل الاكتيفيتي بتاعته ل 0.1، يعني خلاص بيعتبروه ان هو فيري لو اكتيفيتي. بس هل اصبح نون راديو اكتيف؟ بعض الدول بتقول لك نون راديو اكتيف، لكن الدراسات العلميه اثبتت ان التكنيسيوم 99M بيتحول الى تكنيسيوم 99، والتكنيسيوم 99 از راديو اكتيف ماتيريال، بيطلع بيتا والهاف لايف بتاعته 211,000 سنه. It is still الاكتيفيتي بتاعته very low but it is radioactive material. يبقى ما تعاملش معاه ان هو non radioactive material. This is number one. مثال تاني زي اللي قلناه مع الدكتور محمد الصبح، الايودين. بعض الدول بتستخدم الايودين 123 في السبكت، بيستخدم في الدياجنوستيك. ال 123 وجدوا ان هو ال 131 اللي هو الايودين 131 بعد الديكي بتاعه بيتحول الى زينون، والزينون ده نون راديو اكتيف ماتيريال، اتس اوكي. بس ال 123 وجدوا ان هو بيتحول لتيليريوم، والتيليريوم ده اتس راديو اكتيف ماتيريال، الهاف لايف بتاعته ملايين السنين، بس ستيل راديو اكتيف ماتيريال. يبقى هي رغم انها اصبحت خطورتها محدوده جدا لان بقت فيري لو اكتيفيتي، لكن اتس ستيل فيري دينجرس radioactive waste او ويست. يعني في بعض الدول بتعمل ريسايكلينج للويست، يعني بتاخد الورق اللي موجود في الويست تعمل له اعاده تصنيع، الاقمشه اللي موجوده في الويست بتعمل لها اعاده تصنيع، المواد الهيدروكربونز اللي موجوده في الويست ممكن تدخلها في الفيرتلايزرز. فبعض الدول بتستخدم الويست بتعيد تصنيع كل المكونات اللي موجوده فيها، الزجاج، البلاستيك. لكن بالنسبه للميديكال ويست it is a very dangerous waste، لازم يتم التعامل معاه يا اما عن طريق الانسينريشن او عن طريق الكونكريت اللي هو الكونسنتريت اند كونتين، نوت ريسايكلد ات اول. البروبر مانجمنت بالنسبه للادمنستريتيف بروسيجرز، بروبر مانجمنت لازم يحصل ستاف تريننج اند اويرنس. زي ما قلت ان اول خطوه في المانجمنت ان انا اقلل البرودكشن اوف ويست. تقليل البرودكشن اوف ويست هيتم ازاي؟ ان انا يبقى فيه جود تريننج اند اويرنس للوركرز، لان لما يتدرب على التحضير الجيد هيحضر بدون ما يستخدم او ينتج عنه ويست كتير. ده نمره واحد. نمره اثنين، لازم يكون في سيفتي بريكوشنز ويوزج اوف بي بي اي النيوكليير ويست مانجمنت. لازم اللي بيدير عمليه الويست مانجمنت ده يكون مدرب او اندر سوبرفيجن من شخص مدرب. يعني اللي بيجمع الويست دوت ممكن يكون مش شخص، مش راديشن وركر، ممكن يكون عامل نظافه، لكن ما يشتغلش لوحده. لازم يتم ذلك وهو لابس البي بي اي اندر سوبرفيجن من ار بي او او راديشن بروتكشن اوفيسر او واحد مدرب في الراديشن. ريبورتنج سيستم اند ريبورت فريكوينسي ان نيوكليير ويست مانجمنت، لازم يكون في ريبورتنج، لازم يبقى عارفين كميه الويست، المكونات بتاعتها ايه، الراديشن ليفلز بتاعتها قد ايه، خرجت من انهي مكان، وتاريخ خروجها قد ايه، كل ده بيبقى في الريبورت بتاعها. لازم يكون في كوردينيشن بين الديبارتمنت ان نيوكليير ميديسن والاتش اس اي ديبارتمنت علشان يبقى مبلغ بالكميات ديت، عشان لا قدر الله حصل اي امرجنسي يبقى ابديتد. لازم مونيتورنج اند تراكنج سيستم في النيوكليير ويست مانجمنت. لازم استابليشمنت، يكون في بعض الدول بتعمل ما يسمى بالويست مانجمنت اوفيسر. الويست مانجمنت اوفيسر يعني غير الراديشن بروتكشن اوفيسر، هو المسؤول عن اداره موضوع او ملف او الملف بتاع الراديشن ويست. الويست دوت لازم شوت به ملف كامل للمانجمنت، لازم نبقى فيه فايلنج سيستم، لازم يكون فيه تريننج بروجرام، لازم يكون فيه كل ده لازم يكون له دوكيومنت ولازم تشوت بيه فولو اب. الستاف تريننج اند اويرنس، انشور كل الريليفنت ستاف ريسيف الانيشال اند بيريودك تريننج في السيف هاندلنج والسيجريجيشن والديسبوزال. لازم يتدرب ازاي يفصل وازاي يحط كل نوع من انواع الويست في المكان المخصص ليه. لازم يكون في سبيسيفيك تريننج فور راديشن بروتكشن اوفيسرز على الويست مانجمنت. لازم الويست هاندلرز والهيلث كير وركرز ان ذا ديبارتمنت جنريتنج نيوكليير ويست شود بي تريند ان ذيس تريننج كورس. لازم اعلي الاويرنس اوف ذا ريجولاتوري ريكوايرمنت، الانستتيوشنال بروتوكولز. يعني ايه؟ لازم نحدد يكون فيه زي بروتوكول او بوليسي على مستوى المؤسسات الصحيه للريليز عند اني دوز ليفل وعند اني اكتيفيتي قد ايه. ده من ضمن الحاجات اللي should be applied. conduct regular drill and refresh session on emergency response سواء تو سبيل او للاكسبوجر. لازم اعمل دريل ولازم يبقى في متابعه دايما للاماكن اللي بيتم تخزين فيها المواد المشعه. المتابعه دي اللي هي يكون في عندي اوديتنج سيستم او انسبكشن سيستم جوه المؤسسه الصحيه بتابع فيه الاماكن اللي بيتم فيها الاستورج بتاع النيوكليير ويست او راديو اكتيف ويست، سواء كان الراديو اكتيف ويست دوت سوليد او ليكويد، علشان ما نفاجئش ان فيه حصل اي اكسيدنت غير متوقعه. لازم always appropriate personal protective equipment. طبعا البيرسونال protective equipment لازم تكون properly stored، لازم تكون الناس اللي بيتعاملوا مع الويست لازم يبقوا under strict protocol for using of PPE. بالنسبه للمواد المشعه اللي لسه الاكتيفيتي بتاعتها لازم تكون بتتجمع في بوكسز ليد بوكسز على تو شيلد against the radiation. restrict access to nuclear waste area to the authorized person only. لازم انستول راديشن وورنينج ساين وباريرز ودوز مونيتورنج على الاماكن اللي بيتم تجميع فيها الراديو اكتيف ويست. ريكورد الراديشن ليفل في الستورج والديسبوزال اريا. امبلمنت روتين اريا دي كونتامينيشن اند هايجين ميجر لهذه الاماكن. كل ده يعتبر ادمنستريتيف او بروبر ادمنستريشن للمانجمنت اوف راديو اكتيف ويست. establish structure reporting system document. طالع منين؟ مين اللي بيعمل له هاندلنج؟ ازاي بيحصل له ستورج؟ الديسبوزال اوف نيوكلير ويست. لازم احدد في الدوكيومنت دوت او في الاستراكشر ريبورتنج دوت الرولز والريسبونسبيلتي، الراديشن بروتكشن رولز، الويست مانجمنت اوفيسر رولز، الديزيجنيتد HSE بيرسونيل رول اند ريسبونسبيلتي. لازم الريبورتنج ده يكون له فريكوانسي اون monthly base or every 3 months or every 6 months، والريبورت ده لازم يكون موجود جوه دوكيومنت، والدوكيومنت ده لو بيتعمل اوديتنج من وزاره الصحه على المؤسسه لازم يتعمل عليه اوديتنج، ولو بيتعمل انسبكشن من الجهه الرقابيه لازم بتفتش على الريكورد دوت وتتاكد ان هو updated regularly. زي ما قلت لازم من ضمن الريبورتنج لازم يكون عندي ديجيتال انفنتوري سيستم، كل الراديو اكتيف ويست تايب والكوانتيتي والستورج لوكيشن والتاجنج على كل نوع من الويست. لازم اعمل تاجنج على الويست اللي خارج، ولازم احدد الويست ده خارج من اي مكان والاكتيفيتي بتاعته وخارج من امتى. ده البيست او البيست براكتس ان يكون عندي ويست مانجمنت اوفيسر اوفيشالي ديزيجنيتد كواليفايد انديفيدوال في الويست مانجمنت. ديفاين الويست مانجمنت اوفيسر سكوب وريسبونسبيلتي انكلودنج الاوفر سايز راديو اكتيف ويست هاندلنج والستورج والديكونتامينيشن والديسبوزال. لازم انتجريت الويست مانجمنت اوفيسر انتو ذا فاسيلتي راديشن سيفتي والكواليتي مانجمنت سيستم. بروموت كولابوريشن مع الراديشن بروتكشن اوفيسرز والHSE تيم اند ريليفنت مينستري ديبارتمنت. تاني حاجة بعد ما عملنا segregation وكولكشن، زي ما قلت السيجريجيشن والكولكشن بيتم according للتايب اوف ذا التايب الفيزيكال تايب سواء كان solid أو liquid، ده السوليد تايبس، واكوردنج لنوع المادة المشعة. لكل types of radioactive waste في proper storage أو proper pens to be collected، ليها مواصفات معينة. لازم تكون من الليد، ولازم يكون جواها بولي إيثيلين. لو كان solid waste لازم تكون من الليد، ولازم يكون بولي إيثيلين باجز، والبولي إيثيلين دي لازم يكون ليها specific color عشان تختلف عن أنواع المختلفة من الويست اللي موجودة في الهيلث فاسيلتي. في الويست جنريشن اريا لازم يكون في عندي more than one type of containers علشان احط كل types of waste في الكونتينر المخصص ليه، ولازم يكون in different color. ممنوع ان انا اعمل ميكسنج للراديو اكتيف ويست والجنرال بايو هازاردس ويست. لازم الليبل contains with radionuclide activity والديت. زي ما قلت كل الراديو اكتيف ويست كونتينر له مواصفات معينه، لازم يكون ان هو closed properly، ولازم ان هو يكون من الليد، ولازم يكون فيه بولي ايثيلين باجز. بالنسبه للشارب اوبجكت لازم يكون ليها سبيسيفيك ريجيد كونتينر، ما ينفعش يتحط في بلاستيك بس لان ده ممكن يعمل انجريز للهاندلرز. لازم كل بينز او كل حاجه بكولكت فيها لازم يكون عليها ليبلنج. الليبلنج ده محطوط فيه راديو نيوكلايد نيم والفيزيكال فورم بتاعه ايه، والاكتيفيتي ليفل والاكسترنال دوز ريت عليه قد ايه، ويكون عليه راديشن وورنينج ساين. الانترنال ترانسبورتيشن اوف راديو اكتيف ويست اللي هو نقل الويست من المكان الجنريشن بتاع الويست جوه القسم الى الترانزيانت ستورج اريا اللي موجوده في الهيلث كير فاسيلتي. في سبيسيفيك او ذا راديو اكتيف ويست شود بي ترانسبورتد فروم ذا نيوكليير ميديسن ديبارتمنت للستورج روم. لازم يكون في يعني تكون كلوزد ترولي يوزد نوت اوبن، علشان كده ممكن يحصل ديستريبيوشن للراديو اكتيف ويست. لازم يكون له تراك معين معروف للي بينقل دوت، ما يغيرش التراك اللي بينقل فيه. لازم اندر سوبرفيجن من سواء الراديشن بروتكشن اوفيسرز او لو حد مخصص في التجميع. لازم يكون عنده ديزيجنيتد رود، لازم يكون في ابروفد كونتينر، لازم يكون ترانسبورت ترولي، لازم يحصل ليبلينج اند دوكيومنتيشن للكونتينر قبل ما يتحرك او يوصل للستورج روم، سواء ستورج روم او ستورج كونتينر. يعني احيانا بيبقى فيه ستورج كونتينر ان سيبريت بليس، لازم البليس دوت برضه له مواصفات لتجميعه. الهدف ان انا بنقله internal transportation وبحطه في الروم او الستورج روم جوه المستشفى علشان اعمل له ديلي اند ديكي. الديلي اند ديكي اوف سوليد او ويست الهدف منه ان انا بسيبه لاطول فتره ممكنه علشان يفقد معظم الاكتيفيتي اللي فيه، عشان اقلل الهازارds بتاعته اثناء نقله خارج المؤسسه. المقصود بالهاف لايف ان انا بفقد نص الاكتيفيتي ونص الحجم بتاع الماده المشعه. هو ما بيفقدش، ما بيروحش للعدم، هو بيتحول لماده اخرى، لدوتر. الماده دي ممكن تكون نون راديو اكتيف او راديو اكتيف. يعني بعد 10 هاف لايف بيكون فقد معظم او 99.9 من الاكتيفيتي بتاعته. لو لقينا زي الايودين مثلا 131 الهاف لايف بتاعته 8.2 يوم يوزد فور تريتنج اوف هايبرثايروديزم. ال 123 الهاف لايف بتاعته 13.2 يستخدم في الدايجنوستيك ثايرويد ايميجينج. الايودين 125 ده يوزد في البروستات كانسر والفراكي ثيرابي وممكن في البيولوجيكال اساي. ايام زمان كنا بنعمل راديو اميونو اساي في المعامل، كانوا بيستخدموا راديو ايزوتوبس ايودين 125. اعتقد ما بقاش بيتعمل دلوقتي راديو اميونو اساي في المعامل دلوقتي، بس في مصر كان بيتعمل بكثره يعني. الايودين 129 ده environmental contaminant، طبعا الهاف لايف بتاعته كذا مليون سنه. وال 127 اللي هو الستيبل ايودين اللي بنستخدمه في ملح الطعام. زي ما احنا شايفين ان رغم انه كله ايودين لكن الهاف لايف مختلف. الايودين 131 اللي احنا بنستخدمه في علاج الثايرويد كانسر او في الثايروتوكسيكوزيس، وده بيحتاج الهاف لايف بتاعته 10 هاف لايف يعني حوالي 80 يوم، بينما ال 123 بيحتاج حوالي 130 ساعه. بعد ال 10 هاف لايفز او بعد 1 هاف لايف اللي بيحصل ان 50% من الاوريجينال ايودين اتومز بتريمين ان ذا راديو اكتيفيتي بتاعتها عاديه، بس 50% ثانيه او 5 جرام منها بيتحول الى ماده ثانيه بليس اكتيفيتي، وبعد كده يتحول لنيو اليمنت. ال 50% ده نوت ديس ابير، بيديكي انتو ديفرنت اليمنت اكوردنج بقى. لو ايودين 131 بيتحول لزينون 131 الزينون نون راديو اكتيف، فايت السيف ان هو عادي يتحول للبيئه مش مشكله. المشكله في بعض المواد المشعه الاخرى المستخدمه في التطبيقات الطبيه ان لازم الار بي او او الراديشن بروتكشن اوفيسرز او المانجمنت لازم يحدد نوع الماده دي ويعرف افتر ديكي الماده اللي طالعه منها ايه، وهل الماده دي راديو اكتيف ولا لا، عشان اقدر اعمل لها ريسك اسسمنت زي ما الدكتور محمد قال. الريليز اوف الراديشن بيقل بنسبه 50% مع كل هاف لايف علشان يوصل للمينيمم اكتيفيتي، بس ما بيوصلش للليفل الزيرو لان ما فيش زيرو طبعا. ممكن كمان لما بيطلع لدوتر تانية ممكن الدوتر دي ما تكونش بتطلع نفس التايب اوف راديشن، يعني ممكن التكنيسيوم 99 ام بيطلع جاما، التكنيسيوم 99 بيطلع بيتا اند سو اون. ديكي بالنسبه الديكي زي ما قلت بيتم ازاي؟ بيتم يا اما في ستورج فاسيلتي او في ستورج روم او في ستورج ترولي مثلا. بس اهم ما يميز الحاجات دي نمره واحد ان هو لازم يكون شيلدد. لو انا هستخدم ان ده هو ده الستورد روم لازم يكون شيلدد، ولازم يكون ايزوليتد في مكان ما يدخلوش البابليك وما يكونش في الاماكن اللي فيها تحركات المرضى والعاملين في المستشفى. يعني يكون سيبريتد اريا وتكون ويل يعني سيبريتد اند ويل بروتكتد. دي مواصفات الغرف او الترانزيانت شورت تيرم ستورج روم اللي في المستشفيات. لازم الستورج اريا دي تكون بروبرلي سكيورد، لازم تكون فيها لوك وانترلوك سيستم ومونيتور سيستم، ويكون عليها الساين الترايفل ساين بتاعت الراديشن. زي ما قلت لازم تكون away from the storage room of other waste، لازم تكون ما يوصلهاش اي شخص، لازم الاوثورايزد وركرز بس هم اللي يوصلوا لها. لازم تكون الديزاين بتاعها لازم يكون فيها شفاط علشان ما يحصلش اكيوميليشن لغاز رادون او لاي غازات ضاره. لازم الجراوند بتاعتها تكون سيلد وتكون وان بيس، وعشان سهل ان يحصل لها ديكونتامينيشن او سهل ان يحصل لها كليننج. لازم يكون الباب بتاعها مغلق، ولازم يكون عليه علامات الحظر الدولية. لازم كمان it should be supplied with washing facility and radiation monitoring equipment, physical barrier, introduce alarming system, provide with floor protection in case of contamination, easily decontaminated. تمام. storage of radioactive within the storage room، حتى التخزين داخل غرف التخزين بيتم بنظام وبطريقه محدده، وبيبقى دايما الاحدث هو اللي في الداخل والاقدم هو اللي للخارج، علشان لما تكون في جهه اخرى هتيجي تاخد الويست دوت بتاخد الاقرب للباب، ما احطش الحديث هو اللي للخارج. دايما الاحدث او الكونتينر الاحدث اللي بيوصل للروم يكون هو اللي في الخلف او في الاخر خالص او في الاسفل، بينما الاقدم بيكون هو الاقرب علشان في حاله نقله خارج المؤسسه. الديلي اند ديكي برضو للليكويد بيتم بنفس الطريقه، اللي هي ان انا بجمع السوائل اللي خارجه من الغرف اللي يتم عزل المرضى فيها اللي بيتعالجوا من الايودين جوه خزانين بيبقى حجمهم يسمح بتجميع السوائل دي لمده طويله جدا، وبعد كده بيتم الريليز بتاعهم اكوردنج لبروسيجرز محدوده. في الاخر خالص بعض الدول بيتم تجميع هذه المواد الخطره، وبنسميها مواد خطره مش مواد مشعه، ووصولها لجهه بيتم التعامل معها. في بعض الدول بتبقى هيئه الطاقه الذريه او جهه معينه هي المسؤوله عن التعامل مع الويست دوت، وفي جهات اخرى ممكن شركات مسؤوله عن التعامل معها. واتيفر التعامل معها زي ما قلت بيتم عن طريق اللي هو الفاينل ديسبوزال، بيتم عن طريق الانسينريشن او عن طريق الدايليوت اند ديسبيرس اللي هو التخفيف ان هو يحطها للبيئه، او اخر حاجه ان هي تبقى تتحط في لونج تيرم ستورج ارياز اللي هي كونسنتريت اند كونتين، ان انا بحاول مثلا احرقها وتتحول لقاش، والقاش ممكن يتجمع، او ان انا اقلل كل يعني مثلا لو ديسمنتلينج ممكن مثلا لو كان في حالات الجنريتورز مثلا بناخد الليد اللي عليها وبنخلي بس الكور هو ده اللي يبقى انا كده عملت لها كونسنتريت، قللت حجم الراديو اكتيف ويست بقدر المستطاع، وبعد كده بعمل لها كونتيننج في لونج ستورج ارياز. هو ده للاسف الموضوع نزل جرادولي. هي دي الاسبكتس او البروبر مانجمنت اوف راديو اكتيف ويست للميديكال ويست. وشاكر فضلكم اي خدمه.
شكرا للدكتور وائل الخولي من وزارة الصحة في سلطنة عمان على هذا العرض فيما يتعلق بإدارة النفايات النووية في المرافق الرعاية الصحية. سنستمر مع المرافق الرعاية الصحية مع المستشفيات لأنه موضوع جدا مهم. العرضان المقبلان سيتناولان أيضا هذا الموضوع، لكن في جانب الإشعاعات النووية والطب النووي والمعجلات، بداية مع الفاضلة تركية البلوشية من المستشفى السلطاني بوزارة الصحة. أهلا وسهلا بك. طبعا نذكر بأنه هناك تايمر موجود في البوديوم، بإمكانكم أيضا معرفة التوقيت.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. First, I would like to thank the organizer for giving me this opportunity to speak about the practical aspects of radioactive waste management. Thank you. Of radioactive waste management at a nuclear medicine and cyclotron facility in Royal Hospital. Presentation. Before starting, also I would like to highlight that cyclotron facility in Royal Hospital is licensed by Environment Authority, and we submit all required documents and regular reports to the Environment Authority. and also the radiation protection officer in nuclear medicine and in cyclotron facility also licensed from the Environment Authority. Presentation. In short time today, I will talk about the types of radioactive waste management, disposal, handling, storing of radioactive waste management, radioactive waste segregation, radioactive waste management for the iodine-131 in nuclear medicine, what are the acceptance criteria we are following, what is the guideline and protocols, what is the documentation and records, and the emergency response in case of liquid waste spillage. Mainly we generated in Royal Hospital the radioactive waste from diagnostic and therapeutic procedure as well from the cyclotron facility. And the main waste we are generated could be liquid or solid waste. And each type of the waste required special handling to ensure the safety and compliance. For the liquid waste, it's generated from preparation of the radiopharmaceuticals, quality control, and patient examination. And all waste are collected in a decay tank or in designated lead shielded container until it's become to the below the regulatory limits. For the solid radioactive waste, it includes the contaminated materials like personal protective equipment, generators, contaminated the maintenance part, and also collected in special container. To achieve the safe handling in Royal Hospital and safe storing also of radioactive waste to protect the staff and patients' environment, we are following and considering all points that in the international guidelines. All in decay in storage waste, we are monitored within the low-level radiation area, and it is stored in the designated radioactive waste, and this waste and this area equipped with adequate shielding. And for the effective disposal, all radioactive waste material is stored and undergo a decay process for at least minimum 10 half-life. Radioactive waste, as Dr. Wael said, we are also segregate, collected, and trained personnel must follow the standardized procedures in the facility to prevent accidental exposure and ensure regulatory compliance. Also, we are checking the background level, so routine radiation survey performed that to verify that workplace in our facility remains within the acceptable limit, and any deviation from the reference limit, there is prompt immediate investigation and corrective action. Also, storage area, there is specific requirements, so it's be clearly named, secured, and closed, and there is regular inspections for the storage area to ensure that all containers remain intact and shielded effectively. And this area also, there is a radiation area warning signs, and this area, and this signage should be visible and clear and compliance to the regulatory design standards. Once the radioactive waste decay, we proceed with the control disposal process. So after decay, radioactive waste with activity below regulatory limits safely disposed, and the higher activity waste undergo additional long-term management to be decay and stored till the regulatory limits. All radioactive waste designed for disposal must be monitored at a distance of 1 centimeter using calibrated survey meter to determine the activity level. And before final disposal, radiation exposure rate on the surface of the waste container also verified to not exceed the twice by ground as we are following the Environment Authority standards. This to ensure that public and environmental safety. Very important part in the waste management is segregation and the proper separation to prevent cross-contamination and to optimize the subsequent handling, storage, and disposal. Segregation ensures that the waste with different half-life, with different activity, with different physical form are not mixed together. So in the facility and in nuclear medicine, we are storage and we are segregate the waste according to the half-life. So the short half-life is separated from long half-life, as Dr. Wael said, and also classifying the waste based on the radioactivity content. So the waste generated from technetium, for example, separated from the waste generated from gallium. Also the personal protective equipment, the contaminated, or it is also like containing radiation, such as gloves, are collected also in the plastic separately and stored in designated area till the radioactivity decay to safe disposal. And also we segregate according to the physical forms. We have area for liquid waste and we have area for solid waste. Sharp waste also we consider it, so there is a needle or any syringe and any other sharp waste stored separately in shielded and puncture-resistant sharp container to prevent needle stick injury till decay and dispose according to the Royal Hospital regulation. And the used radioactive glasses also we are placed separately till it become to the normal waste. We have comprehensive waste management for iodine 131 because we have patients and isolation room for iodine patient. The management of radioactive waste that generated from iodine 131, it's really need highly specialized procedure and to ensure the safety. As you know that the half-life of iodine 131 around 8 days, and it emits both beta and gamma radiation. And as you know, it's for the thyroid disorder treatment, and this leading to patient excreting radioactive materials, and this will affect our linen management in our hospital. So patient linen like clothes, sheets, blankets, and towels actually monitored by our medical physicist, and the contaminated linen stored in designated store until become safe level, which is already agreed to be 2.5 microsievert per hour. Then it's sent it to the laundry. Domestic waste also surveyed and collected in yellow bag as Royal Hospital institution guidelines, and each bag it's written the monitoring date and transported to the radioactive store in the dumping area, and these domestic waste remain in that store till also the level of activity reached to 2.5 microsievert per hour, and then we release it as normal waste. Toilet waste from the isolation room are directed via sewage connection to twin concrete decay tanks, and these tanks, each individual, contain 40 kiloliter and located outside the hospital. These delay tanks need monitoring, so our engineering department uses an electronic control system to monitor effluent level in the delay tank. Before the tank are emptied, a strict check from our medical physics and engineering department to confirm they are properly filled, sealed, and cleared. While one tank is being filled, the other full tank is left to decay for about 2 months to ensure that it's with safe limit. Both nuclear medicine, medical physicists, and engineering teams keeps records of decay tank filling, sealing, emptying, and radioactivity check before releasing the waste. The operational guideline for the maximum discharge limit for iodine 131 should be at 3.7 mbq per day, or an average monthly to be concentration of 22.2 mbq per meters cube. Let's have a look about our criteria we are following to keep the radioactive waste management safe and proper. So the adherence to defined acceptance criteria is critical for our safety and compliance. And these criteria establish the measurable threshold that waste must be before disposal. And the acceptance criteria guide us when and how the radioactive materials can be safely handled and disposed, helping protection and safety. For the storage duration, as agreed as international and national guidelines, it should be at least 10 half-life, and still, even after 10 half-life, we also measure that activity. And the area that we are storing radioactive materials as decay in store, also we try to make it like 0.5 microsievert per hour in the area of storage. We conducting radiation survey in regular times, and for the survey we are using without shielding to just know that the measurement is correct. And all our equipment that we are using for measuring radioactivity are calibrated annually. Background, as we also following the Environment Authority and National, we are keeping like 0.1 microsievert per hour. And I said before that we are disposing the waste to be like not exceeding the twice of our background, which is 0.1, so the twice it will be like 0.2 microsievert per hour. All labels that we stick on the radioactive waste, we remove it before disposal, and we ensure that there is no label on that radioactivity. And as I mentioned before, especially for the iodine 131, we focus on the concentration before disposal. We have our own guidelines and protocols, SOP for our radioactive waste management, and all documents that related to radioactive waste management are reviewed and approved by IAEA experts. For example, we have SOP for delay tank, we have storage radioactive waste less than 90 days and more than 90 days. We have a procedure for radioactive waste management and disposal in cyclotron facility, and we have different SOP and procedure for disposal and radioactive waste management in nuclear medicine. Also, documentation and records is very important for us in our facility and nuclear medicine, and we are keeping all records. Even when we are handling the radioactive waste, there is record for signing who will hand and who will take that radioactivity with the type and content, and everything is related to the radioactive waste. So we have recording for waste manifest, decaying tracking, and also any incident or spillage we recorded for the corrective action and learning session for our staff. Also, the audits, we maintain record for internal inspection and any finding for radioactive waste management. And there is last May where there is an audit from IAEA expert, and also we record this, and we got a high score for our radioactive waste management. Finally, in this slide, I will show the summary when, in case there is a spillage of the liquid waste, how we can dealing with that scenario. So prompt and correct action is important in event of any liquid radioactive waste spill to prevent contamination and ensure the safety in the department. First, we mark the area clearly with tape and radiation hazards, simple to prevent further contamination, and all staff that involve in the cleanup must wear the appropriate PPE, and they are already trained about the spillage decontamination. Also, there is a clean-up procedure. We are using absorbent paper or sheet, taking note to increase the spillage area. We segregate all that waste from decontamination process in proper containers also. And we are monitoring the spill area until radiation level drop to the background. If there is radiation remaining above the 2.5 microsievert per hour, we cover the area and display a warning symbol that this is radiation area till it's become safe. Thank you.
شكرا الفاضلة تركيا البلوشية. هذا كان المستشفى السلطاني. الآن سننتقل إلى مستشفى أكثر تخصصا في علاج، بل هو يعني تخصصه الأساسي هو علاج أمراض السرطان، ونتوقع أن يكون استخدام أكبر للطب النووي فيه، وهو مركز السلطان قابوس لعلاج وبحوث السرطان، حيث معنا الفاضلة نورة المخمرية. أهلا وسهلا بك.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you for this opportunity. And it's my pleasure to stand in front of you sharing the Sultan Qaboos Comprehensive Cancer Care and Research Center experience in the management of radioactive waste generated from nuclear medicine. Briefly, let me first of all, let me give you a brief introduction about Department of Radiology and Nuclear Medicine at SQCCRC. The Department of Radiology and Nuclear Medicine started or opened in July 2021, offers several services in therapeutic and diagnostic procedures such as CT, X-ray, interventional radiology, mammography, and ultrasound. And also, mainly the services are mainly for oncology patients or cancer patients. Under nuclear medicine, the nuclear medicine section is designed to deliver a high quality services in therapeutic and diagnostic procedures. So the layout of a nuclear medicine is planned carefully to ensure safe or smooth patient flow, radiation safety, covering all radiation safety aspects and efficient workflow. It consists of 4 injection rooms, 2 radiopharmacy labs, one bed for the PET or positron isotopes, the other one for SPECT CT procedures, and also there are 2 imaging rooms occupied with high advanced systems, SPECT CT, gamma camera, and a digital PET CT scanner, which is the first one here in Oman. This is mainly for oncology patient, and also we have a dedicated. I don't know if I can use the here from the red Ahmad. Oh, sorry. Here. We have also a dedicated nuclear medicine store. And dedicated nuclear medicine store. So the roadmap illustrates all therapeutic and diagnostic services for nuclear medicine provided by nuclear medicine section at the center since its establishment. and recently is certified as the first theranostic system, first theranostic center over all the Oman. We are, so therefore the variety and the diversity of these services in both diagnostic and therapeutic procedures lead to have a policies, a standard procedure or a local radiation local rules to be followed by the nuclear medicine staff. So we have radiation safety local rules in nuclear medicine. We have mainly, we have a dedicated radioactive waste management policy, and we have a specific radiation or a policy for management of radiation waste management from the therapy ward. Our therapy ward, we have a dedicated therapy ward for iodine 131 cancer, thyroid cancer patient, plus lutetium 177 for prostate cancer and endocrine tumor patients. So these two are separated with the 4 dedicated isolation room plus mini lab and also the R&T store or radioactive store, waste store. In writing these policies, we relied on the national regulation here in Oman issued by Environment Authority and the international standards or policies from IAEA and ICRP. So mainly in nuclear medicine section, the radioactive waste generated in 3 forms, we can say, the solid waste, and which is any contaminated equipment such as gloves, tools, filters, wipe or clothing, linen, contaminated metals or glassware or disused generators, components, tubing after using or post doing some kind of test or calibration test for the modalities, contaminated patient, clothes or shoes. We have another type which is liquid waste. So the liquid waste is categorized by the contaminated water or patient excreta, blood, urine, solvent or chemical solution in a vial or phantoms. These 3 types will be later on explained in details in the coming slides. So all staff has to adhere to the local rules, radiation safety local rules in nuclear medicine, and prior to deal with any radioactive waste, they have to follow these instructions. They have to wear the full PPE with the TLD badge, and also the radioactive waste container or bags should be stored in a designated storage area in nuclear medicine. The containers or the bin must be labeled by the radiation label, contains the name of activity, the name of isotopes, the dose rate, the date, and the staff name. The battery of the radiation survey meter used to survey these bags or the waste should be also checked regularly if it's for calibration purpose. If it's calibrated or not, and also the battery should be checked. So here our staff doing monitoring for all surfaces in the hot lab and the injection rooms, in the isolation rooms, and they have to remove remove the shielding from the around the container while they are monitoring the waste. Also, they have to discard any normal waste. This is the step where we segregate the waste. So if it is higher than 2 microsievert per hour, this waste should be stored in a dedicated area. If it is less than 2 microsievert, it will be disposed as the center, as a normal waste based on the center waste management policy. Then the staff has to fill the radioactive disposal log. So documentation recording is very important to justify and to optimize the workflow. Also to keep eye on, it will be helpful also in the future to keep eye in case if any emergency situation happened and how to come over. So an example of our record, it's a digital record shared between all the authorized staff in a nuclear medicine. So the one who has to record, he has to mention the type of the waste, the location, original location, the background level, the dose rate level, and then he has to put action based on the criteria of the permissible limit, which is 2 microsievert per hour. If it is stored, I mean higher than, so it will be stored, and then the next staff or the in-charge staff in the coming days, he will be responsible to follow and checking after 10th half-life that this waste or trash has to be disposed as a normal waste. Then we have a review of all these documents from the radiation safety officer. I would like to show you an example of radioactive waste management inspect hot lab and injection rooms in a nuclear medicine. In these rooms, we are using technetium-99M, and it has a physical half-life of 6 hours. So there are 3 types of waste generated in type of sharp waste, such as syringe, vial, glassware, or cannula, should be disposed in a dedicated shielded yellow sharp boxes as shown there in the right slide. The shield itself is lead shield, and it's contain a sharp waste container, plastic sharp container, okay? So it's labeled only for technetium-99M. So the staff is responsible only to dispose technetium-99M waste. For the solid waste, example of that, absorbent sheet, gloves, tissue, paper, or kidney dishes should dispose in a dedicated lidded bin lined with a black bag labels as a radioactive. This is an example in Spect Hot Lab. The staff has also has to follow this rule. Regarding to the liquid waste, we categorize 2 types, type 1 and type 2. Under type 1, for example, the test tube, beakers that we are using this for calibration test while doing quality control test for the machine. So sometimes there is a remaining or residual activity in that vial, so should be disposed in a dedicated nuclear medicine sink and irrigate water at least 2 minutes. If this liquid waste is from the patient, such as patient excreta, in some situation we have like a patient catheterized by a urine catheter. So after that, before sending the patient to the ward back, the nuclear medicine technologist or the in-charge nurse has to empty that catheter in the dedicated nuclear medicine toilet. Okay? And this liquid waste, all the sink and the toilet are connected to different sewage system from the common sewage system in the center, which called delay tanks. Also, I wanted to mention this, the workflow here is shared between a medical physicist and the nuclear medicine technologist or a radiopharmacist. So in part of segregation and radiation survey, this done by medical physicist. He is responsible to check the dose rate level, and then if it is normal, as we said, should deal with it as a normal waste. If it is no, should be labeled and then sent for a radioactive waste store for 10th half-life. Before that also, the staff again will check if it is background level reached or not before dispose it as normal waste. Sorry. Okay. Here an example of radionuclide therapy store. We have dedicated shelf there for the linen. So after discharging the patient from the isolated ward, all linen or bed covers should be well labeled and stored for 10th half-life before sending back to the normal laundry. The other photo here, it's showing how we segregate the waste which generated from the from the ward, based on the week, just to make the process easy for the staff to keep tracking the waste and to be able to dispose it later on, after 10th half-life. And here we have a dedicated laundry bin to be separated, these clothes to be separated from other linen in the hospital, and then sending back again to the radioactive or radionuclide radionuclide therapy ward, because it has we put like a specific tag for those patients just to make sure and it's not mixed up with the other patient or normal patients. Also in our store we have a dedicated shelves for the generators. As you can see here, we are receiving one generator in a nuclear medicine technetium 99 a generator to elute technetium, which used for diagnostic purposes. But we have to have a specific flow work, how to deal with this sealed source. So later on will be explained. An example also for another store in the nuclear medicine where I was mentioned in the nuclear medicine layout, nuclear medicine store, we are keeping very low active waste generated from PET, CT, fluorine 18 or gallium 68 procedures and technetium 99M. Back to the radioactive waste management in liquid type. So all toilets is isolated in isolated radionuclide therapy ward, and nuclear medicine section are connected to 2 delay tanks separated from the common sewage system, and they are far away from the busy area. The capacity of each delay tank is 90,000 liters. And here we made like educational model for the students and trainees just to show them and also to participate this in some events or occasions as educational model. So this is example of our isolation rooms where iodine 131 or lutetium 177 is hospitalized, and then the sewage system is connected to 2 delay tank as shown there in the real picture. And then the mechanism of these 2 delays, one of them will be open for 3 months, because we are taking in account that iodine 131 has 8 days compared to lutetium 177 and technetium 99M 6 hours. So we say 10th half days, that means 80 days for iodine 131, so we're keeping for 3 months. The other one will be closed when this one is complete. The 3 months will be closed and will be decay for 3 months again. Following 3 months. The other one will be open and so on. After this decay period, the waste will be collected by the third party as a normal waste. Here, the record and the record which we made it between us and the maintenance team to keep tracking and monitoring the delay tanks, and before discharge it or before disposal it as a normal. And in some situation when we have a heavy running days, or like sometimes it happen like very heavy running, and we come and check the capacity if it is exceeding or not, because there is a BMS limit or level, like alarm level. It shows that if it is the water level above or not. So from our side, to make sure and it's not there is no spill From the tank, we go and check the radiation dose rate, and opening this one with the maintenance team just to check the level of the water. This is one of our record, and this is the other one, just to keep recording from the surface of the tank how much the dose rate, and it should be within 1 microsievert per hour, not exceeding 1 microsievert per hour. Going back to the generator, disused the generator. So the disused generator we have to label with date, time, and dose rate before send it to the, or keep it in the store. And then it will be kept for 10th half-life, almost around 6 to 8 weeks before disposal it. But unfortunately, here in Oman, in our center, let's say, we cannot dismantle this generator. So we proposed a proposal to the higher administrative level in the center to ask a company or a third party to come and sell it for them, or otherwise to recycle it, because after dismantling it has a very heavy lead waste. It's around 5 to 10 kg. The whole generator is around 15 kg. After dismantling, maybe it's about 5 to 10. So it's a good income to the center. And alhamdulillah, we are succeed. We made a contract with a company called العربية للرصاص. It's in a resale. They come and collect, and then we sell this lead. Also, they have another option if you wanted to recycle it. For example, for the hospital, they do not have a budget to, مثلا, example, to purchase any required accessories or whatever, like a lead barrier or any radiation equipment shield. They can do it for you, but you have to give them a very or huge quantity of lead waste. In our case, we sell it. This happened because we face a problem with the lack of space, because within 2 years, a big quantity of these generators accumulated, and we do not have space that time, so it was a good proposal and a good income also. Dealing with the sealed source, as other speakers mentioned in the previous lectures, in our case, we have inventory for the all sealed radioactive source. It's uploaded in Hizmet radioactive source through the UDO system, and it's shared with other in charge staff from health and safety and store people. In case of any emergency, such as a fire or a flood or whatever, they will be able to know in which location, what's the type of sealed source, the activity, a reference date, all of them. From our side, we keep recording till even after we dispatched this source outside Oman. So as a regulation here in Oman, we cannot dispose it as normal waste. We have to ask the company or the end user to send it back to the manufacturer or mother company. That's all. Thank you.
شكرا للأستاذ نور المخمرية من مركز السلطان قابوس لعلاج وبحوث السرطان، وكل التحية لهذه الجهود لحفظ المرضى وحفظ أيضا العاملين الصحيين من التعرض لمثل هذه الإشعاعات المضرة. قبل الذهاب لاستراحة مرة أخرى سنعود للدكتور محمد عبد الوهاب ليحدثنا عن إعادة التدوير والاستخدام للنفايات المشعة والمصادر المشعة المختومة المهملة في ماليزيا بالتحديد في غضون 15 دقيقة.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Again, talk about radioactive waste. So this week, I think we will talk only about the waste, you know. So this is my our experience. I'm going to talk about the recycling and reuse of radioactive waste and the IS in Malaysia. This activity, I think, is very important, but not many things happen in Malaysia for recycling and reuse the SRS in Malaysia. Just go this one again. I think this one, I don't want to talk about this one again because it's very fundamental. This is about our protection of future generation. This principle number 7, protection of present and future generation. The generation of radioactive waste must be kept to the minimum practicable level by means of appropriate design, measure, and procedure. And then here, I think here this then comes here, this recycling and reuse of material. So here in Malaysia, depends on the situation. In Malaysia, waste and residue. Do you know the different waste and residue? As I think Mr. Fan from IEA already talked about this one, waste and residue. Waste we didn't want to use anymore, and this residue probably become can recycle, can be used, or probably it can become waste if we declare that we don't want to use this residue anymore. So this here I will only think about residue. So because residue will we will recycle or to reuse this material. So I will not use this waste actually. Okay. So actually there are many opportunities for us to recycle this residue. Whether its residue is from the norm or the SRS. Yeah. So for norm, probably it's good to recycle this or to reuse it, and as a byproduct. Yeah. Therefore, waste should be regarded as a more resources rather than waste. So this because it's a waste or residue, still consider radioactive, so we need to take care about it, and then we should consider this one as a residue. So need to do safety assessment, we need to do this one, something like accident exposure, we need to study contamination, surface water, something like that. So some of this residue, but it's residue in Malaysia, especially non-residue, we control it, we license them. So because most of the residue more than the regulatory limit. So our regulatory limit normally for norms is almost similar to the definition like IEA. And also when we recycle this norm waste in Malaysia, we also need to think about non-radical constitution. So there is many other materials that consider hazardous waste. Okay, so when we consider this one hazardous waste, then we need to study about it before we recycle or reuse. Example also heavy metals, organic material, acidity, silica in airborne. So these are all sometimes these non-radical constituents higher than the content is higher than the norm itself, radioactive norm itself. In Malaysia, so all these norm and also the ISS control under our Act 304. Okay, this and also our regulatory body is Atomic Energy Licensing Board. So, but for let's say for medical purposes, enforced by the Ministry of Health. this is our law, our framework here. So we have something that here, we have the Atomic Energy Licensing Act 1984, and then three companies. These provide enforcement power, penalties, and regulatory oversight. Yeah. The regulatory body is independent, but there are two enforcement bodies. One is Ministry of Health, one is the Atomic Energy Licensing Board. So Malaysia Nuclear Agency, one of agency under the government, licensed by a regulatory body, provide waste management services at institutional and national level. But here, it's Nuclear Malaysia only accept non-norm waste. Okay? If norm waste, then the company itself need to manage it. Of course, they will get some advice from the OS or from the regulatory body. These are our two documents I think are quite important. This policy, our policies. Our first policy is regulatory policy statement for nuclear and radiation safety, and the second one is national policy statement for radioactive waste and spent nuclear fuel management. Then this based on this policy, how we work with our waste. This policy, the second, the first policy is related with safety, and the second policy related with the waste management and also spent fuel. Of course, we have our reactor, research reactor. One day we will manage our spent fuel. Under our policy statement for radioactive material, the government is responsible for encouraging licensee to conduct research, development, and commercialization activities on generated radioactive byproduct to produce value-added product and to reduce the quantity of radioactive waste. So government is the government's responsibility to encourage, to advise, to do research, something like that. And the company also here can get advice from the government department who involved with the research. I think many research have been done regarding with the norm waste in Malaysia. These are our law, just a very brief our law. We have radiation protection, licensing regulation, radiation protection. I think it's almost middle. But you can see it's a quite, licensing regulation is quite old, in 1986, but still very, very useful, very powerful, because it covers everything, nuclear activity in Malaysia. Waste transport regulation is quite old. They are going to replace a new one, because IAEA also produced a new one, the transport regulation. And then we have atomic energy licensing, basic safety standard regulation. We have also the atomic energy waste management regulation, 2011. Sorry. And then the latest one, until 2020, atomic energy licensing low activity radioactive material exemptions regulation. It means this document actually based on the IAEA document exemptions limit. I think this one's. I think this one's a source of waste, as I mentioned here. We have a gas, oil and gas industry, construction, petrochemical, beverage industry, mining industry, agriculture, research institute. All these activities to produce waste actually. One is some of the DSRS, some of from NOM. Some one you can see the lining reactor. It's banned already in Malaysia, but we have the old one. We need to keep it. Then some of the owners sent to Nuclear Malaysia. These are all that becomes waste. This also also the waste in Malaysia. Also they category 3 to 4 to 5. We have this one nuclear gases, and this one from school. This one from school, and this one from nuclear gases from industry. This one also nuclear gases from industry. This one moisture gases from our industry also. So these are our norms waste. We have some oil sludge and scale. But actually for oil sludge and scale in Malaysia, because our geological formation is different with here and also with the North Sea. So our radioactivity limit here, radioactivity levels here, quite low. Quite low, because we have done some study in Malaysia, so we don't have something like, we have oil sludge, we have scale, but not, I think the level of radioactivity is very, very low. But we have also here things like from our industry, tin industry. But here we control it because the levels norm is quite high, and then red gypsum here from the dioxide industry and iron side. But the both also radioactivity levels are quite low. During last time we controlled it, but now I think it's normal, and also red gypsum. Just we would do monitoring, but not they just inform us. We don't license them. Okay. So this is what we do with our norm. So some of the solvent, we recycle it. We use one for this industry, not from oil and gas, but from the mining industry, from the mineral processing plant. So they use a solvent. So we separate the solvent and then we recycle it. And water leach purification. Water leach purification is a production of one of the mineral processing plant in Malaysia. It's, I think you know, this is Linus. And then it is, the radioactivity level is a bit high. It's something 6 becquerel per gram. But then our government decided that the company need to do R&D. Of course, they did it. And then they can reduce the radioactivity level below the regulatory limit. So they can't use it as a soil condition. They call it sondi. It's a soil conditioner actually. But the problem is, it's not norm anymore here. The problem is with non-norm waste, the hazardous waste or heavy metal inside this WLP. And then some of the this iron oxide, we use this iron oxide as a coloring. Iron oxide mineral processing plants contain very low traces of uranium and thorium. So we mix two other materials as a coloring, red color. Tin slag from our tin smelting plant, we use as a construction material. Well, of course, after studies, you know. The most important thing here, I can see here, actually. We extract valuable metal from tin slag. Actually, we don't consider this one as a waste. Then we can export it to other country. Then the other country also accept it. Then the other country extracts some of the metal inside this tin slag for use to the other purposes. Something like they extract tantalum, they extract wolfram, you know, in the tin slag. And red gypsum from our tin slag plant we use as soil conditioning or soil treatment. Actually, this is a study. This is a study actually here. How to use this tin slag as a road construction, in road construction. I don't put, this is a thesis actually, okay. And then some of the waste here, you use in construction, red gypsum, we use in tire plant, we use it in ceramic industry, industrial remediation as a resource recovery. And then Of course, this IA always promote recycling steel sources. This now the trend is to recycle the steel sources. So for our steel sources, some of our resources, steel sources we use in the educational purposes. Okay? So at Nuclear Malaysia, we study about this one, we use that and recycle it in educational purposes. And also we do some study about this one. Oh, sorry. This one, we use in the new nuclear gauges, so column scan, label scan, and pipe scan. We use cobalt 67. These are our researcher at Nuclear Malaysia repurposed it, this SRIs, the SRIs. Okay. Some of our sources, neutron sources, we already sent or were repatriated to US. So not all, I can say most of the neutron source we already sent to USA. And then the latest, I think the latest news here is radium-226. We are gathering this all radium-226 in our storage facility, and then we are going probably to send to the other countries to reuse it or to recycle it to extract 225 after, of course, after some process. This, I think, the IA right now is helping us to export it to other countries. I think this is how they convert it, the radium-226 to actinium-235. I think that's all my presentation, very brief presentation. Okay, thank you very much. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
شكرا دكتور محمد عبد الوهاب. نذكركم بالمشاركة في مقترحاتكم لتوصيات الندوة. سنخرج إلى استراحة الآن، والمقترح أن نعود عند 21 دقيقة. 25 دقيقة أعتقد كافية إن شاء الله للصلاة وراحة قليلا، وكسبا عشان نخرج بعدين قبل إن شاء الله تعالى. حاولين أنه نكون قبل الموعد المقرر في البرنامج، وإن شاء الله نحقق هذا إن شاء الله. شكرا. تشيك. أستاذ عبد الباري موجود؟ عبد الباري الشيدي موجود، نعم. بدخل الشباب. نرحب بكم من جديد، أهلا وسهلا بكم، بانتظار اكتمال العدد إن شاء الله. طبعا تبقت لدينا لهذا اليوم 3 أوراق عمل. ورقة عمل ستكون حول الضوابط والإجراءات المتبعة للتعامل مع النفايات المشعة في أوكسيدنتال عمان، وأيضا سنكون مع تقييم السلامة وإدارة النفايات المشعة طبيعية المنشأ مع البروفيسور محمد المصري، وأيضا سيكون معنا الدكتور محمد عبد الوهاب الذي سيستعرض دراسة السلامة وتقييمها للتخلص من النفايات المشعة. وفي حال التزامنا بالوقت سننتهي إن شاء الله قبل الساعة 2:30 بإذن الله تعالى. أهلا وسهلا بالأستاذ عبد الباري الشيدي من شركة أوكسيدنتال عمان. عبد الباري سيحدثنا عن الضوابط والإجراءات المتبعة للتعامل مع النفايات المشعة طبيعية المنشأ في شركة أوكسيدنتال عمان.
السلام عليكم، مساء الخير. بداية نود أتوجه بالشكر الجزيل لهيئة البيئة على تنظيم هذه الندوة ومشاركة الكثير من الخبراء والمشاركين من مختلف المجالات. وأنا أتوقع أن هذه الندوة هي تتويج لعدة ورش سابقة كانت مختصة بموضوع النورم المواد المشعة بشكل عام. حصل لي الفرصة الحمد لله، حضرت ورشتين من هذه الورش العام الماضي والعام اللي قبله. وإن شاء الله يعني نحن في انتظار التتويج الأكبر لهذه الجهود بافتتاح وتشغيل المركز الوطني لمعالجة النفايات المشعة اللي بتديرها إن شاء الله شركة بيئة، وحسب ما عرفنا أنه بيكون في منطقة بهجة في ولاية هيمة. مثل ما شفتوا ما شاء الله البرزنتيشنز يعني كان يعني حافلات ومفعمات بالمعلومات عن المواد المشعة والنورم بشكل عام. ومثل ما يقولوا بالمثل العماني يعني الأوليين ما تركوا حل لاحقين شيء يعني. I will just going briefly. All of this information actually was discussed during this symposium. So as you know, there's alpha, beta, and gamma radiations, and how to penetrate to different materials. And also there is an electromagnetic spectrum and the wave. So I'm not going to talk a lot about this stuff. As I said, it is already discussed deeply in the previous with the previous speakers. Here we have in supervised areas. As you know, it is below 2.5 microsievert per hour, and controlled area 7.5 microsievert per hour. And we have followed actually these types of guidelines and procedures. We have our own procedures in OXI, and also we are following the EA procedures and also global procedures and standards regarding norm and management. In our procedures, we covered all the items relating to norm, such as the person who should dealing with the norm and radiation safety manual and protection procedures, radiation protection measures, PPE, training, for example, import of radioactive source, sealed or unsealed, and X-ray machines. All these items being covered in our OXI procedure. This already actually discussed during this with other speakers. MashaAllah, Dr. Prof. Muhammad al-Masri going deep with all these specifications. And this appendix actually from the ministerial decision 79/2023. And we can find, as you know, the norm and norm waste actually in several materials and equipments in the oil and gas field, such as wellhead, separation vessels, pumps, and other processing equipment. And also maybe some contaminated soil, sometimes some contaminated soil, there's some norm present in it. And as you know, norm can accumulate in the form of sludge, scales, and other waste materials. We have several equipments and devices to measure norm. We are using actually all these three types of devices. The dose rate monitor, this is for dose survey, and other equipment for contamination survey. And also we have this norm monitor IS for both contamination and dose survey. All these equipment should be calibrated annually or as manufacturer recommended. How we can control, there are several controls measures, such as ingredient control, like shielding, administrative control, including times, distance, and maintaining access. And the last line of defense, as you know, is BBE. So let's have a look to this graph here. As you know, identification firstly, during norm survey, several norm survey, even it is a periodic norm survey, or even there's some maintenance in some pipelines or equipment. If the norm is identified, then the equipment or pipelines will be stored in a designated area with the radiation limits, warning signs, and restricted access. All the documentation should be notified to HSE and maintain it with them. And finally, in the annual norm inventory will be reported to environmental authority. Decontamination in case of maintenance for vessels and tanks, special crew with special training at the BBE will clean the vessels and other equipment, removing all the sludge or scales, then store it in the license area, verify radiation level, post-cleaning before reuse or disposal. Finally, as you know, we don't have a treatment facility, we have storage facility. So for pipes, equipments, we have licensed norm storage area. And for sludge, keeping in drums, or in the licensed lined, isolated norm evaporation pond. That's all for my presentation. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا الفاضل عبد الباري الشيدي من شركة أوكسيدنتال عمان. كان هذا استعراض للضوابط والإجراءات المتبعة للتعامل مع النفايات المشعة طبيعية المنشأ في أوكسيدنتال عمان. الآن نعود إلى البروفيسور محمد المصري ليحدثنا عن تقييم السلامة لإدارة النفايات المشعة طبيعية المنشأ، المسؤوليات والإجراءات.
I have additional 10 minutes because my friend, Okay, you know, we've been talking yesterday and today sessions about safety assessment. You know, when you talk about exemptions, we talk about risk assessment. So if you want to take a license, you have to do a safety assessment. So it is, safety assessment is very important, okay? Even if you want to make a decision for anything, you need to do what? Risk assessment, even at your, you know, during your own daily life, you do a risk assessment, you know? And of course, we want to, first of all, to define things, because if we don't understand what we are talking about, you know, sometimes some people, they think other terms, you know, about this. So IA glossary, okay, this is 2007, but there is IA glossary 2018, the final edition, you know. And if you go to these definitions, you see safety assessment of all aspects of a practice that are relevant to protection and safety for unauthorized facility, or it's not only facility or practice. I mean, you know, disposing something, treating something, you know, doing. And safety analysis, evaluation of the potential hazards associated with the conduct of an activity. And the safety analysis is part of the overall safety assessment. Safety case, which is the report, okay, is a collection of arguments and evidence in support of the safety of a facility or activity. So when we do the assessment, you will have arguments, we will have the results of analysis. All of these should be collected in a safety case. Of course, the IEA published recently, of course, there are many publications related to safety assessment, but recently, the SSG 23, the specific safety guide, okay, about the disposal of radioactive waste, how the organization, operating organization of a facility should prepare the safety case, okay? This document includes step-by-step for conducting a safety assessment. So it is very useful for the regulatory body, okay, to follow the steps, and it is very useful for organized operator, you know, who will operate the facility. It can be used. So before granting any authorization, the responsible person or organization shall be required to submit a safety assessment. And I think BIA submitted a safety assessment when they applied for the permit to Environment Authority, according to the IEA safety standards. Of course, safety to be assessed for facilities and activities with a graded approach, okay? It's not to be for a small facility or a small practice to have something big, you know? So to be according to the graded approach. And involve systematic analysis of normal operation and accidental. So we have to consider in our safety case, in safety analysis, we have to consider the normal operations of the facility and any abnormal events that could happen in the facility in the future. And also, it's not only the construction, operation, and we have to post-operation, closure of the facility, okay, or decommissioning of the facility. And this should be included in the assessment. Of course, radiological environmental impact assessment should be part of the safety assessment, okay? So we prepare the safety assessment, and environmental impact assessment should be part of this assessment, not the opposite, because some regulator may ask for environmental impact assessment, and they ask for the safety assessment, and we are talking about a radiation facility, so which is the most important in the radiation part. Of course, there is an IEA document as well that describes the environmental impact assessment of a radiation facility, which is the GSG, General Specific Guide, number 10. This is for radiological impact assessment for facilities and activities. Of course, there is another document where you can find all the requirements for the safety assessment for facilities and activities. And in these documents, you will see like we should follow the graded approach is required in terms of the scope and level of detail of the safety assessment. And the safety assessment is required to be carried out at the design stage, Okay, when you design your facility, you should prepare the safety assessment, safety case, okay, and should include the full-time life of the facility. As I mentioned, from the planning, from the design, you include your for example, optimization of the production. All of this should be included in the design. And 2, decommissioning or final closure of the facility, okay, and should identify the impacts of various streams of norm residues through all potential exposure pathways. I mean, when you have a landfill, for example, you have to consider in your analysis, safety analysis, all type of pathways, okay? And even you will need to consider non-radiological risk hazards of your norm waste. So like what Dr. Wahab said, that you have to consider trace element, toxic element, heavy element, hydrocarbons, and all of these should be considered during the assessment and should be included in your safety case. And of course, the assessment require an update. Even during construction, you find that you need to have different equipment, different system of monitoring or containment and something like that. So it is continuous. You have to review and update. Of course, the operating organization, let us say BIA, okay, will establish operational limits and conditions as well as monitoring programs. So these should be included in the safety case. What are the operational and the monitoring programs and administrative controls to be used in this facility? And the safety case is the primary documentation for operating to submit to the regulatory. It is a primary document, the safety case. Of course, government should include in their regulatory framework provisions of regulatory review and approval of the safety cases in accordance with the graded approach. The scope of the safety assessment should be commensurate with the site-specific issues. I mean, when you conduct a safety assessment, it is related to the site. You cannot do safety assessment for any project, okay, a submit, and we don't know the site. So we should do the assessment after, we select the site, and even selection of the site should be included in the safety assessment. So consider all significant scenarios, all exposure pathways. And this is, exposure pathways, that mean transfer of radionuclides through the environment to the humans, okay? Through, for example, via dust, via emissions, via groundwater consumptions, or other pathways. Radon, for example. Radon is very important for norm facilities. So we need to consider all of these pathways, exposure pathways to the workers and to the public and the environment. Now, this is very important, and this is what people make a lot of mistakes, the selection of models. Pathways analysis require to require using models, is a computer models, how the pathways and transfer of radionuclides. Transfer radionuclides. Now, if we go to the market, there are many models. I mean, modeling of dispersion of radionuclides, there are many models, okay? Through transfer to groundwater and so on, there are many models, okay, in the market. So why IEA? I was part of this report. IEA published what's so-called IMRAS, Environmental Assessment and Models, okay? What they did in this technical document, they validated some of the current the current models used for environmental modeling, okay? So if you go to the site of IEA, just write IMRAS, okay, IMRAS, and you will find this tech doc, how they, to validate your models. Of course, there are several models in the, or softwares use models to analyze and to determine, So safety case should include description of the site, maximum expected inventory, okay? Description of operations, systematic identification of hazards, evaluation of different scenarios using the models, and then the result, assessment of doses to worker, likelihood, potential for the other receptors, the people, the public, and establishment operational limits, procedures, program periodic maintenance, monitoring, training, emergency plan. So all of these should be included into the safety case. Of course, should consider, like I said, the baseline concentration, time scale, initiating events, external events, and the human-induced events, and all of these should be considered during the preparation of the safety case. Okay, that means sometimes safety case is a very huge document because it contains a lot of evidence and so on, procedures. So how we conduct this? First of all, we have to identify and define the context of the assessment, okay, including the assessment criteria. Assessment criteria is very important. Like, for example, if you take the assessment criteria of 1 millisievert for the public, okay, this is a criteria. So when I do the assessment, I will get a result that show the dose that will be received by the worker. So the assessment will give us the dose that would be received by the worker. So our criteria of the assessment is 20 millisievert, for example, or 5 millisievert, or 2 millisievert, okay? So when we do the assessment, you will see the results will give us, for example, 1 millisievert, which is below our assessment criteria. If you feel for the public, if we put, for example, 0.3 millisievert, okay? So when we do the analysis, and the program will give us, if you are doing this operation, if you are doing this landfill, you will have a dose through the models. You will have the dose for a public living, for example, close 1 kilometer from the landfill, will receive around 10 to minus 3 microsievert, which is acceptable because our criteria is at 0.3 millisievert, for example, okay? So first of all, we have to define the criteria. And then we develop development and justification of operational scenarios to be assessed, how we will handle the operational work, okay? And then we implement the models. And these models, as I mentioned, is through the program. So who's doing, for example, the air dispersion models, water, models, water body models, and so on. So we do that, after we're doing this analysis through the program, okay, one of the program which is well known, for example, for contaminated site and for landfill, it's used by landfill, is a RISRAT, for example, okay? And there is another program, it's been software, it's been, let us say, done by the IEA experts. It's called Normaliza, which is for known, okay? Normaliza, if you go and do Normaliza, you can download from the IEA. And even there is a tech doc for Normaliza. This is for known. And then analysis of the result, description of various revisions of the project and the process, and the assessment to be taken in compliance. And then upon completing all of these safety assessment, radiation risks associated with these should be quantified, screened, ranked, okay? And then any scenarios lacking of the potential to cause any significant harm should be defined, and what the organization, the operator will do if there is if they have, like, for example, accidents and so on. It should be included in the safety assessment. Of course, as I mentioned, graded approach is very important, and Mr. Fani talked about the graded approach, okay? And this is should be considered in the graded approach, the magnitude of the possible radiation rates, the use of proven practices, and complexity of the facility or activity. Documentation, at the end we will have the safety case. Okay, the report should be documented, and a plan for adequate record keeping, and regulatory body may not have in-depth experience, so sometimes expert agencies are required, you know, to help the regulatory, because regulatory body is not, I mean, sometimes the personnel or to be involved in every project, you know, related to radiation. So sometimes this is required from expert. Review, periodical review, is not a fixed. You may review it, you know, the safety case. It's a document. It will be with the lifetime of the facility. So you may review the document along with the lifetime of the facility. If there is any for example, in 5 years, you will have a new monitoring systems, okay? A new technology. So sometimes you need to update your or review your safety case. Okay, thank you very much. 2-3 minutes.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور محمد المصري على إثرائك أيضا لهذه الندوة في مختلف أوراق العمل التي قدمتها. شكرا جزيلا لك. مسك الختام سيكون مع الدكتور محمد عبد الوهاب. أهلا وسهلا بك. سيحدثنا عن دراسة السلامة وتقييمها للتخلص من النفايات، المصادر المشعة، المختومة، المهملة. أهلا وسهلا.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Again, we talk about the safety case and safety assessment for disposal of radioactive waste and DSRS. I think what I am going to talk already touched by our colleague Professor Said. So almost similar actually, because the same document that we are going to use. The difference is only the non-waste, probably the same thing we need to do in terms of safety assessment and also safety case. No? Okay. So as you can see here, almost the document is almost similar. Says the definition of safety. I think the same document we use. I think this one the latest one, but they want under, I think the interim edition terminology used in nuclear safety, nuclear security. So this I think but it's still interim document. So you can find this definition of safety in this document. I mean, the protection of people and the environment against radiation risk and the safety of facility and activities that give rise to radiation risk. Okay. Same also this definition already touched by our friends just now. Safety case, a collection of argument and evidence in support of safety of a facility and activity. So this document normally, as mentioned by a professor, is including finding of safety assessment. That means this document, safety case, is not only one document. So there are many documents under this safety case actually. So safety assessment is one of the documents of the whole safety case. And then safety assessment, I think I already talked about our friend. Safety assessment, that's the document that I think requirement for the safety assessment for the facility and activities. So what is the responsibility of a regulatory body? So regulatory body shall establish regulatory requirement for the development of different types of diffuser facilities. That's the responsibility of the regulatory body. They need to provide this requirement. They need to have law. They need to have something like guide, the regulatory guide. So who is responsible to develop safety case and safety assessment? Of course, under this fundamental safety principle, the licensees retain the prime responsibility for safety throughout the lifetime of the facility and activity, and this responsibility cannot be delegated. I mean, the responsibility to develop safety case and safety assessment is under the operator or the person who want to have a license, or the person who apply for a license. So why safety case and safety assessment are important? So safety case and assessment are important because they provide structured and transparent framework for demonstrating that risks have been identified, evaluated, and reduced to an acceptable level. Because that's the purpose of the safety case. So the important thing here is structured and transparent framework. So by having this safety case, the people can know, can understand, can see what's going on. Okay? So why safety case and safety assessment is important? For regulators, safety case allow regulators to make informed decisions to ensure compliance without needing to constantly micromanage an operation. So, of course, then this regulator, when they want to apply a license for the disposal facility, they need to apply a license, and then the regulator also to oversight the facility. Then they need also to know the evidence-based argument. The operator is a company, safety case and assessment are not just about compliance, but also about proactive risk management and enhancing operational resilience. So this I think this what this operator need to know. They not only apply a license, but they should to know. It's a proactive risk management and enhancing operation resilience. So this is systematic risk management. So this operator, the process provides rigorous, systematic way for operator to understand and control the hazard within their own system. By having also the safety case, the operator also can have better decision. So the clear argument and evidence within a safety case help of making informed decision. So by having this safety assessment, safety case, so the operator can make a decision whether that example is the site is suitable or not, something like that. For public, that's the public. I think it's important for public to know the safety case, and we can demonstrating and transparent of robust commitment. So the transparency is very important to the public. So also by having the safety case and safety assessment, it will increase public trust. No? Normally, when we have the safety case and safety assessment document, in Malaysia, we open to the public to access it. So public can access the document, can read the document, can make a complaint, something like that, if they want. So make it increase the public's trust. So if public trust for our project, then easy for us to proceed. These are some of the, I think, already discussed about this one. We have safety case and safety pre-disposal, many documents. The upper part is a requirement, and the lower part is a safety guide. And then the safety case, I think I should make faster this one. I think I already discussed this one. What I want to, this document, the content of the document of this safety guide, this, here you can see this a post-closure radical assessment. That's already to a professor touched about it. These are all the description we need to have for post-closure radical assessment. And specific issue that we need to take into account, all these things. Graded approach already discussed, depend in depth, robustness, something like that. You know? And then I don't touch this one. Okay. Because time to content, I was just going to go because all these one the things already discussed. This one, this safety assessment, what stages you need to take into account, this site evaluation, development of design, construction, everything. These are the DSL Part 4, this safety assessment for facility. These are contents. They was already talked about graded approach, scope of safety assessment. That's what assessment needs to be done, something like that. So these are all safety assessment documents that you can see inside the document. For this one, I think is the latest one, because this one is a revision one after Chernobyl accident. After Fukushima accident, they produced this amendment one. They produced a revised one. This for safety case and safety assessment for disposal. This is a document. This is a generic document. Actually, there's a tech docs, and then the latest one is responsibility for this use. This one is the latest document, I think, produced by the IEA. Just to show, I think this one's a very good experience that we want to show to you. I want to show to you. This is our safety care and safety assessment in Malaysia experience on the whole project. Okay, we have the whole project. We started our project I think 2011, January 2011 here. Yeah. But we know about this project actually from the IEA in 2008 actually, because some other experts come to Malaysia and talk about this borehole disposal facility. So for this project, actually we get assistance from IEA through this project. And then we identified 3 candidates actually. And suitable site has been chosen after the desktops and resistivity study. This is a government commitment. I think our ministry, academic planning unit, okay? We have MOU, this all the governments involved in this project. This is a timeline for the project actually. Timelines, we started here, 2011. We get approval from our head of the department. And from here, we start the study about our project. And in 2010, we start our project start because we check our inventory because we have our inventory since 1985. We need to check all the inventory because 1985 is quite old. We have very old sources. We need to check everything. And then we have here we study about something inventory update the study, and then the safety assessment. We do this one not we do some study selection here. It's not here. It's around this year. And site characterization, we do the waste assessment criteria. We do the conditioning and site-specific design, safety assessment, and safety case licensing process. So we got our license here, 2019. Okay. In 2019, also we have something that so within this time, many IAA came to our department. And then some of our staff also went to IAA to explain our projects. This is why we select. We like to have this disposals. This is the concept of disposal. You see the safety here. You have a capsule here, radiant source, a double escalated. We have something like this, a disposal. This is a capsule, stainless steel 316L. And then we have a concrete, cement here. And we have this one disposal container. And then we have concrete resource here, cement concrete. And then we have this one, I call it this one, steel or HDPE column here. And then also there has concrete again here. And then this one, house rock. So this safety compared with different in-depth concept. But how we do safety assessment, not include this thing. And as I said, this one, and also this capsule. So we did our safety assessment using this one, the capsule, concrete, and also disposal container, cement concrete here. So we did our safety assessment for this disposal facility. This we use Amber computer code for our design, for our safety assessment, for our safety assessment. These are conceptual, these are our boreholes, and then we have Semenya is the name of the river, and then it's about more than 1 kilometer from our site, if 300 meter from our borehole. And then we have a small stream here, it's 900 meter from our facility. So this the scenario attribute for the safety assessment context is that the migration of radionuclide and discharge of groundwater to the Semenya River. So we consider this one something that we discharge and go to this river. Then this calculation cases, this one we have a design scenario. So this is a liquid release, gas release, solid release, because gas release because we have some materials can be reduced. We have a reference case here, assume discharge to the river, to the south of the site. High geosphere flow rate to the river, this is our finding actually. And high geosphere flow rate to the stream to the west of the site. So this we have this is design scenario, design of the facility. And then this is well designed. We have scenario, net design. Well, the scenario we have, we consider that we have 10 meter well from the borehole until 1,000 meter. Because probably in future, our people will use groundwater for drinking. And then we have the defect scenario, probably capsule defect during the, we call it weldings, and disposal defect. And then we have erosion scenario and earthquake scenario. So the conclusion of the safety assessment, after 420,000 years, is the people will receive less than 1 megasievert per year after 420,000 years. That's from our calculation. This licensing requirement is a guideline, our guideline. And then the safety case synthesis report. We have a synthesis report for everything here. We have how many report here? We made a report here, and then the synthesis of the report we put in the safety case report. See? These are, I think, many documents need to prepare. This is our inventory. We have more than 14,000 collected since 1985. And then we will dispose about 13,000. When during the early stage, we calculated we will have something like a waste package 60. Now, after we put everything that we want to dispose into capsule, probably we will dispose about 22 capsules. These are documents that we prepare. Safety case synthesis report. This is a document report for everything here. The synthesis of the other report. Site and death study report, site criteria report, post-closure safety assessment report, operational safety assessment report, waste management report, nuclear and radiological emergency, security plan, generic hazard, this hazard, this hazard from any activity, management plan. These are all the documents that we produce. This is a site location of our borehole. This is our facility here. These are the last part of our land here. We have here. So this is a semi river. We have a disposable hole here. Probably the radionuclide will move to here, and we have something like this. And then this public dose limit is 1 millisievert, but our constraint those constraint is 0.3. But these are calculated dose that the public will receive less than 1 millisievert. This is the scenario that we have. This is a borehole, and then this is a river, and then probably the radionuclide will go through this one to the river, and then we consider this one, people will play here, take some water here for drinking water. There's a stakeholder engagement. We have some picture here. This is one of this one expert, this one public engagement. We have also this one, and then one expert visited our facility, and then this we have a peer review here at IEA. These are all the sources that we want to dispose. These are most of the documents here. Okay. This is inventory. And then this dismantling process. This is our room here. Yeah. I can see most of you know this one, this guy. This is IAA. It's Nora. Right now he works with IAA right now. It's our facility. This air sucker here. This dismantling program also, you see. Yeah. And it's a conditioning process. We put our sources into the capsule, and then we put the capsule into this disposal facility. This is disposal. We use this one, not this one. This one. So this is a machine, a welding machine actually. This one's a welding machine. This belongs to IAA, specially designed for this project. And then people probably the other country, if you want to use this machine, then you can get it from IAA. Okay. This one's we have our own welding machine, but unfortunately it's not. I can say 100% we can trust it. What we use our welding machine, we send the sample to IAA, and IAA check with the other company, then it is not, I can say, consider good welding. So IAA produced the new machine here. This is a computed control. So after we do this conditioning, we test with a leak test to know whether any leaking or not. This site characterization machine. I think I think one of you probably know this guy from IAEA. This is our core sample. This is our site characterization machine. And then also this is visited by the IAEA expert. I think from here you know them, Peter Omai, and here. So. And then this is our peer review. 2 times we first peer review is March 27, and then second is August. I was still there during that time because it's my baby project. This is a stakeholder engagement. So we talk with our staff, we talk with other people. Yeah. Here is the order, National Economic Objective. Finish, I think. Yeah. I think that's our experience how we do our safety assessment for the whole project. I think thank you very much for you.
شكرا دكتور محمد عبد الوهاب على أوراق العمل التي قدمتها طيلة هذا اليوم. شكرا جزيلا لك. الكلمة الختامية ستكون بعد قليل، لكن ندعوكم للمشاركة. نتطلع لمشاركة الجميع بتوصياتهم ومقترحاتهم عبر الرابط للاستفادة القصوى من حضوركم ومشاركتكم. دكتور محمد الكلباني مدير عام الالتزام البيئي بهيئة البيئة، وكلمة ختامية.
السلام عليكم. أنا عارف أن في وقت متأخر فما ناخذ من وقتكم، فقط هي كلمات شكر يعني، ولو أنه الكلمات الشكر دائما يعني لو حاولنا نتكلم يعني أكيد ما نوفي حق طبعا المخلصين والحقيقة الإسهامات الكبيرة اللي صارت في خلال فترة اليومين الماضيات. يعني باسم طبعا هيئة البيئة والمنظمين طبعا الشركة العمانية للقابة وخدمات البيئة بيئة، وطبعا أيضا بوجود الخبراء من الوكالة الدولية للطاقة الذرية، حقيقة نشكر جميع المتحدثين اللي أسهموا حقيقة إسهامات كبيرة جدا في التحضير والإعداد يعني لكثير من الأطروحات، كثير من الرؤى والمواضيع اللي تم مناقشتها في جلسات هذا اليومين من الندوة. حقيقة يعني أشكر حقيقة فردا يعني لكل متحدث طبعا من مختلف الجهات اللي شاركونا من الدول الشقيقة، من المملكة العربية السعودية مثلا طبعا بالهيئة الرقابية والشعائية، وكذلك من المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية أيضا على التجربة اللي أيضا والتجارب اللي أيضا تم التعرض أو استعراضها في هذه الندوة، وكذلك طبعا الخبراء حقيقة مختلف خلينا نقول مختلف التخصصات. حاولنا حقيقة في هذه الندوة أن نركز على موضوع الإدارة المتكاملة للنفايات المشعة مع بعض المواضيع اللي شفناها أيضا ذات صلة مباشرة أو غير مباشرة بالإدارة المتكاملة للنفايات المشعة. أشكر حقيقة جميع أيضا الجهات اللي اشتغلوا معنا في موضوع التنسيق والتعاون، الجهات المختلفة طبعا الأمنية والعسكرية، وكذلك الجهات الحكومية، مؤسسات القطاع الخاص، مؤسسات أكاديمية أيضا بحثية اللي شاركوا معنا من مختلف يعني الدول أيضا ومن سلطنة عمان. طبعا مثل ما قال الأستاذ خالد احنا حقيقة حطينا الرابط للتوصيات، فأتمنى أنه إن شاء الله أن كل واحد عنده توصيات، خلينا نكون فوكس على المحور المتعلق بالندوة بشكل مباشر، وإن شاء الله احنا طبعا بنعمل عملية مراجعة هذه التوصيات في وقت لاحق، وأيضا راح أكيد طبعا راح يعني نعمل تقرير ونعد تقرير متكامل حول ما جرى في الندوة بكافة تفاصيلها، وأيضا بكافة طبعا الأطروحات اللي صارت، وكذلك طبعا أوراق العمل اللي تم إلقائها في مختلف المواضيع. ختاما حقيقة يعني نتمنى إنه فعلا هذه اللقاءات تستمر. أتمنى حقيقة أكيد طبعا احنا مستمرين كهيئة بيئة في إعداد وتنظيم مثل هذه الملتقيات والندوات، وإن شاء الله السنة القادمة راح يكون أيضا راح يكون معنا ندوة، وراح نعلن عنها حقيقة في بداية 2026، وراح يكون أيضا ندوة موسعة، وأيضا راح يعني نشوف أحد المواضيع المتعلقة بالوقاية من الإشعاع، بحيث يكون التركيز عليه إن شاء الله في السنة القادمة. أكيد طبعا طموحنا إنه أيضا نوسع دائرة يعني المشاركة، فإن شاء الله يعني نطمح إن شاء الله في 2026 يكون عندنا مشاركات أكبر من عدد من الدول، وأيضا عدد من الخبراء، سواء كان من الوكالة الدولية للطاقة الذرية أو المنظمات الإقليمية والدولية المتعاونة معنا، واللي يشتغلوا حقيقة في الجوانب المتعلقة بالوقاية من الإشعاع. يعني أتمنى أيضا الخبراء اللي جو الأخوة والأشقاء أيضا أنهم خضوا فسحة لو كان أمس، يعني ولو بسيط، يعني تقوال حول يعني بعض معالم مسقط وسوق مطرح على سبيل المثال، وأيضا كثير من خلينا نقول المقومات السياحية تظهر في محافظة مسقط على الأقل قليل. طبعا أتمنى أنكم هيكا تستمروا، يعني إذا كان حد عنده أيضا وقت كافي إنه أيضا على الأقل إنه يجلس يوم يومين على أساس إنه يتعرف على جوانب سياحية أخرى، سواء كان في محافظة مسقط أو في بقية المحافظات سلطنة عمان، وكل شيء ميسر حقيقة. وإحنا أيضا مستعدين إذا حد جالس مثلا لبكرة أو الجمعة، إحنا مستعدين حقيقة حتى نأخذكم لأي جولات سياحية خارج محافظة مسقط، فقط بس على الأقل بس تخبرونا، وإحنا إن شاء الله بنعمل العمليات اللوجستية والتنقلات لمختلف هذه المحافظات. اللي يسافروا اليوم أو بكرة إن شاء الله نتمنى لكم عودا حميدا إلى بلدانكم إن شاء الله، ونلتقي أكيد مرات القادمة إن شاء الله في ندوات، في مؤتمرات وملتقيات أخرى قادمة. أيضا أحب أنوه طبعا أيضا إحنا من ضمن المؤتمرات الكبيرة اللي نعملها، طبعا إحنا نستعد أيضا على تنظيم أسبوع عمان للمناخ. طبعا هو أسبوع عمان للمناخ هو براند اسمه أسبوع عمان للمناخ، ولكن أيضا يعني يتناول مختلف الجوانب والمحاور المختلفة المتعلقة بالجوانب البيئية، سواء كان في الموضوع الالتزام البيئي، في الموضوع إدارة النفايات، في موضوع إدارة النفايات خلينا نقول عاد بكل أنواعها، يعني بما فيها طبعا النفايات الخطرة والنفايات المشعة، وكذلك في جوانب المتعلقة بالتنوع الأحيائي والتنمية الغطاء النباتي. هذا الأسبوع عمان للمناخ طبعا راح يكون السنة القادمة إن شاء الله في خلال الفترة من 14 إلى 16 سبتمبر 2026. فندعو الجميع حقيقة، ومن جانبكم أيضا يمكن هذا تنقلوها أيضا إلى جهاتكم، ونرحب أيضا بأي أفكار، حتى يمكن ننظم من خلال أسبوع عمان للمناخ ورشة عمل أو جلسة حوارية يتعلق بمواضيع الإشعاع، بما أن احنا نتناقش اليوم على موضوع الإشعاع. يعني أتمنى أنه يكون أيضا في أطروحات طبعا احنا جالسين نحضر لها الحين، ولكن من جانبكم يعني إذا كان عندكم أي يعني توصيات يعني لعقد ورشة متخصصة، احنا على استعداد حقيقة للتعاون معكم في الإعداد والتنظيم لورشة متخصصة راح تكون من ضمن فعاليات أسبوع عمان للمناخ خلال الفترة مثل ما ذكرت في 2026. فأتمنى التواصل، وأتمنى أيضا حتى ممكن نعمل اجتماعات أونلاين للتحضير والإعداد حال أي ورشة أو جلسة حوارية تشوفوها يمكن احنا نحطها تحت إطار هذا الأسبوع. ما أطيل عليكم، شكرا لكم جزيلا. أشكر حقيقة أيضا الوكالة الدولية للطاقة الذرية على تعاونهم، مكتب التقنية النووية السلمية بوزارة الخارجية أيضا على حقيقة على التسهيلات الكثيرة اللي عملتها الوكالة الدولية للطاقة الذرية، وأيضا يعني استقطابهم من جميع الخبراء اللي شفتوهم واستعرضوا كثير من تجاربهم خبراتهم في هذا الجانب. وأيضا مختلف طبعا الجهات الحكومية المختصة. طبعا مكتب التقنية النووية السلمية ووزارة الخارجية إذا كان له دور كبير طبعا في التنسيق والتواصل مع الوكالة الدولية وأيضا مع الخبراء للوصول حقيقة إلى خلينا نقول الأطروحات اللي احنا يعني نركز عليها في موضوع هذه الندوة. كذلك حقيقة أشكر الأخوة الأعزاء في الشركة العمانية قابضة للخدمات البيئية حقيقة على تعاونهم وعلى أيضا إسهاماتهم وعلى أيضا الإعداد والتنظيم وكثير من الاجتماعات. طبعا احنا جالسين نحضر على هذه الندوة من سنة حقيقة، وكان في اجتماعات كثيرة حتى كان في طروحات بالنسبة طبعا المواضيع لحد ما وصلنا إلى هذا الموضوع، وأيضا البرنامج اللي وضعناه خلال يومين. فلهم منا كل التقدير والشكر، وأيضا إن شاء الله على تعاون مستمر إن شاء الله في السنوات القادمة. كذلك أخص بالشكر أيضا شركة CC Energy Development أيضا على حقيقة على السبونسرز اللي قدمته في خصوص أيضا تنظيم هذه الندوة، ومطلعين أيضا إلى حقيقة إلى أيضا إسهامات القطاع الخاص إن شاء الله في الندوات والملتقيات القادمة إن شاء الله. كل التوفيق والنجاح إن شاء الله. أتمنى إنه وفقنا في تنظيم هذه الندوة لمدة يومين، ونتطلع حقيقة إلى أي مقترحات سواء حتى في الأمور اللوجستية، إذا أي قصور أيضا صارت في أمور تنظيم الندوة احنا على استعداد طبعا أكيد في الأخذ فيها وإن شاء الله لتطويرها في السنوات القادمة. لكم منا كل التوفيق والنجاح، وعودا حميدا حقيقة للأخوة الأشقاء أيضا إلى بلدانهم، وأتمنى إن شاء الله نشوفكم في أسبوع عمان المناخ في العام القادم، وكل عام وأنتم بخير بمناسبة طبعا العام الميلادي الجديد إن شاء الله. باقي لنا فقط أسبوع واحد، فإن شاء الله نتمنى يكون عام حافل أيضا بكثير من الإنجازات. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور محمد على هذه الكلمة التي لملمت وأوجزت كل ما حدث وما نتطلع إليه إن شاء الله تعالى. الآن مجموعة من الشهادات للمتحدثين لهذا اليوم. الدكتور وائل بن علي الخولي، كل التحيات. الدكتور محمد عبد الوهاب. الفاضل أحمد عصام أحمد عبد الرحمن. الفاضلة تركية بنت محمود البلوشية. الفاضلة نورة بنت محمد المخمرية. الفاضل عبد الباري بن خلفان بن عبيد الشيدي. والشكر موصول للجميع. شكرا جزيلا لكم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.